Yo, what up, Sakan? How you living? Did you lay tefillin? Do you have tefillin? Tefillin. You're a girl. Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, very well. Well, then then there's a good reason why you don't have tefillin. All right, so you have all the money. Oh, okay. It's good. We say tefillin. Yo, girl, I'm gonna give you a break. I know like 8 words to fill in. You're saying to fill in. Blah, blah, blah. Dog, it's to fill in, baby. I have all the money that I need. Quit asking me for it. Did you down anything? Girl, you know what Applebee's is? Man, it hurts away. It's the neighborhood bar. And girl. Look, I'm not a boy. Oh, well, yeah. I'm not a boy. I'm not a boy. I'm not a boy. I'm not a boy. tefillin. In Israel, we say tefillin. Well, guess what, girl? On the west side, we say tefillin. We say tefillin. Yo, I'm gonna give you a fucking breakdown. Everybody's gonna say it the way that I say it. Why? This would be like somebody writing the fucking Gemara. I'm gonna put a J here. Okay, cool. Then everybody putting J's. They'd be saying J's. They've been spoken J's. Oh, that shit is so fucking funny. Off the chain. 2 chains. They're gonna need 2 chains for this motherfucker. I'm not a boy. I'm 23. Yo, girl, lay it on me right now. 23-year-old. Is your mom there? Yo. It's like white whale. Different extraterrestrial. They don't make those on the website. Psych. I had to take a shit. push. Bitch. Is it working? Dude, I wonder if she has 23-year-old Israeli chick. I better be. Who do you want aside from this motherfucker? That Lior dude? He sucks. Huh? Did you down to fill in today? Did you dive in today? Huh? Did you? We'll get to that. Where man. You ever take a and then I was so far it's like I was gonna tee off on a par five on this bit. ASAP Rabbi. 55. Then there's bad. The boxer? I don't know. Oh, we say tefillin, bitch. Everybody's gonna say it the way that I say it. Got it? We say tefillin. Tefillin. Serious? Where is your tefillin? Huh? I don't have that. I'm a girl. Oh, fuck. Not yet a woman. Oh, I was gonna tee off on this motherfucker so hard. I was gonna just be banging this motherfucker's head against the wall. One, and you are with a. Why aren't you? I got socialized. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 people. I got branded. That's 9. I make 10. Lo-fi girl doesn't count. Maybe. Not yet a woman. What is this bullshit? I was gonna tee off on that motherfucker so hard. I'm not a girl. Or I'm not a boy. Well, you had me fooled. Stream already. Fingers. I'm a girl. Baby, you the white whale. An Israeli woman in here? You're a Sabra girl. I'm just gonna be like, you're a Sabra girl. And she's gonna be like, I'm not prickly. Fuck yeah, you are. Dog, you gotta dive it. No, yeah. Dog, I was gonna tee off on this bitch so
Braised beef. I'll give you some braised beef, girl. Some braised monkeys. Yo, dog. Dog, what is this? Oh, that's like, okay.
Dog, I was gonna tee off on this motherfucker so hard. You're too busy reloading guns. You should be down at the village.
Much of the discussion might have had to do with the complex laws of marriage, divorce, and so on, possibly. There's also a possibility that it comes from the word clown, meaning gathering or grouping, right? And it's also even inferred that perhaps it comes from the word kalila, which means like a garland, like a necklace, in the sense that the rabbis, when they would get together, they tend to sit in a big circle, in like rows of circles. Be that as it may, the term Yarkei Kala definitely refers to the gathering, at least twice a year, of the rabbis and lay people who learn Torah. It's a sign of solidarity with the intellectual and spiritual tradition of Judaism, and it is something that continues in the modern day. Many organizations organize Yarkei Kala, not necessarily at those 2 times of the year, but the concept of getting together on an annual or semi-annual basis is very widely held. For example, NCSY, you can see here, runs the Yarkei Kala, and Base Medrash Gavoha in Lakewood runs the Yarkei Kala, and Agudas Yisrael runs the Yarkei Kala. It's a very common theme that
We say tefillin.
Okay?
Diaspora says
I wish you had fun
tefillin. I didn't understand your accent. Well, start figuring it out.
This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, Alav Shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History and Daf Yomi. Today's daf is a reference to Rabbi Dostai, who was a Tana who lived in 2nd century Israel. His first name was Rabbi Dostai Menyan. Now the name Dostai is a little unusual, and it seems to be Greek in origin, from the term Dositeos, meaning gift of God, kind of like Matanya or Matisyahu. And it's possible that he had a Hebrew name as well, but he went by his Greek name. This is not entirely unheard of. There are many figures in the Talmud that have Greek names, Rav Alexandri, Antigonus Ish Socho, and receive the Shekhinah, to receive the very presence of God. Fascinating. Okay, that's a quick word on Rabbi Yosai, 2nd century Tana in Israel. I hope this illuminated your daf, and I wish you hatzlacha in your learning.
That's it? I could do that. Yo, dog, we're going to be reading this page. It's so boring. Next.
This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas and Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, Alav Shalom. Hello and welcome, folks. Let's talk for a second about the Aramaic language. What exactly is it? So it's an ancient Semitic language, which was the lingua franca of the Middle East for centuries, and even spoken today by several groups in the region. Lingua franca, of course, means like the common language, the vernacular that would be used in everyday speech and was used widely throughout many different cultures. There are several different dialects of Aramaic, depending on the region from which it derived, and also 5 distinct historical groups identified by scholars. They are, first, Ancient Aramaic, which we have an inscription that go all 700 before the Common Era. Then we have official Aramaic, which goes year 700 before the Common Era to about year 300, and we see that, for example, in Tanakh. These are the books that have some remnants of official Aramaic. And then we have Middle Aramaic, which we see in the Targum, especially Onkelos, and also in the Dead Sea Scrolls, like, for example, the word Zahav, Hebrew gold, is Dahav in Aramaic, so Zion can often switch with Stalin. The Devon article, if you had, let's say, Hazahav, the gold, Hebrew, you have the Talmud all the way up until the 11th century, when we have the very first dictionary of the Talmud, written by Rabbi Nathan of Rome. That's the dictionary known as the Al. Okay, so that's a quick overview of the Aramaic language. I hope this illuminated your daf, and I wish you had family in memory of Pinchas and Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, Alav Shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History and Daf Yomi. Today's daf has a reference to bringing myrtle to the king. Rabbi Zerah was required to bring myrtle to the king. Now, what is that? We know that myrtle are associated with celebration in the Jewish tradition. It's all this business of like bringing it to the king and things like that. So it's interesting because it is associated with garlands in many ancient cultures. Garlands meaning tiaras that are worn above a sign of victory or a sign of achievement. They are called in English laurels, and you often see them on figures of great authority, especially after having achieved military victories or other such victories. Here, have a look at these examples. This is a modern representation of Julius Caesar, and he has myrtle around his head. Actually, these are bay leaves. Bay leaves were often used as well as myrtle. Here's another one of Napoleon, also a modern representation, and it evolves into like the wedding tiara and things like that as well. We speak, for example, in English, we say or someone who is like the chief poet of the country. The rest on one's laurels, which means to like just chill and say, oh, I've achieved all things in the past. I don't have to try any harder. I don't have to do any more. And it's going right. But nevertheless, that seems to be what's going on here with Rabbi Zera, is that bringing these laurels to the king as a way of kind of like showing obeisance and showing or recognizing and so on. Okay, that's you have in your learning. By the Huber-Bell family in memory of Pinchas and Moshe Aaron Huber-Bell, Alav Shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History and Daf Yomi. Today's daf has a reference to Uriah, one of the most remarkable women in the Talmud. She's an incredibly brazen scholar home, who was none other than Rabbi Hanan and Taradia, and of course she married the great Rabbi Meir, continued in this vein. Unlike most of the women mentioned in the Talmud, Uriah is an actor in Talmud. One of my favorite passages associated with Uriah is in Erevin, when Rabbi Yossi HaGlili approaches her and asks a whole bunch of women, say, which way to look? Right? And it's fascinating kind of like subversive comeback that she has for Yossi HaGlili. Now, she herself is one of the great. Her father was killed in patriotic executions in a bitter way. Her sister sold into Roman slavery, and two of her own children died in some very moving passages that we will see as we go through Shas. Rashi in version
Until they're on the edge.
video is dedicated by the many times in Shas. He was the founder of the yeshiva of Badita in the 3rd century, and he died around the year 299. His father died in base that on the day that Rabbi Yehuda Hanafi died, Rabbi Yehuda was born, which connected the two Yehudas in a very significant way. Nazi, of course, was such a power. So it's different opinion as to what means, some say it means sharp one, i.e., under Rothschild was at the time the leading yeshiva of the era. But when his successor the main subject study in Comedy. Like his father, Rabbbi, was miracles, and the Talmud says that this was because this video is dedicated by the Huber-Bell family in Greece. Hello and welcome to Jewish History in Dovetail. Today, Echad in the Shema, specifically, the Magen Avraham says that we should extend the final letter and Dal rather than the medial letter. Sound like how do you Hebrew pronunciation? We are of course aware that there are varieties in pronunciation. Sephardi pronunciation, Ashkenazi pronunciation, Teimani, and this is quite a long pronunciation. This is something that we see even in the Talmud. Later on, we'll see it as a vernacular language, even in the ancient period, as it's replaced by Aramaic and Hindus. It's retained as a scholarly language, a language of learning, a language of thought, especially when considered the basics of wandering in hostile environments. So let us return to the Talmud. We would think that the Talmud is pronounced earlier as what was called English, like the name. Yeah, it's like that. So, but I don't now, I'm not and the final video is taking the balance in a slightly different way. Again, don't try to open up your so, such that it doesn't sound like it is, but one factor. It's all possible to imagine that you could pronounce the Dalit by extending not the Tet, but the Dalit, exactly like the Magen Avraham said you're supposed to do. And it makes sense. This is just a little bit of theory. What I see,
How you, pimp? I missed you.
Not getting that church. Devil and witches and things like that. But it's not explicit.
Yo, there's this thing that we do in English where someone asks you, "How are you doing?" and then you respond. What? How's your day going?
Oh yeah. I'm still alive.
Thank God.
I haven't died yet.
That's wonderful to hear. Are you slaying a dick like it's going out of style? There you go, big dog. What's on what's on your agenda for today? What else?
Basically, just saying I'm trying to get my driving license. My daughter license.
Okay,
That's
that's
gonna be like my big. I'm gonna leave that.
weird, dog. I got you. Shit with that.
Switch
That was a fun conversation. I liked it.
reserve space in advance, all kinds of things like that. That have discovered the ancient period that are quite unusual in that they're highly decorated by all kinds of fantastic symbols and so yeah, artwork and so on. So that's basically it. More a discussion of ossuaries. I hope that it is illuminating your
I think they actually the Jewish law,
history was whether you were built families in memory of investment overbuilt. Hello and welcome to Jewish History and Dot. Today's dot measure linear measure. It's working to basically like how long it takes a meal is a word is most likely derived from a Roman measurement, which means in French, for example, a meal is 1,000. I'm not exactly sure how that becomes millionaire in English, but definitely meal in many languages is 1,000. Amma, which was somewhat shorter than 1,500 yards. In contemporary, so you would to calculate a mill, you would have to be based on it. It's roughly understood as a distance from Deadly. Modern posting holds that a mill would therefore be somewhere just under or just over a 0.6 of a mile, or maybe as most 3/4 of a mile for a meal. 1,000, the Romans understood this as steps. We measure a little bit differently with kilometers, but it's just under or just over a kilometer. Okay, I hope that illuminated your dot, and I wish you had luck on it. You were built that way. Memory. Was also a very frequent traveler. Now, one of the interesting things about Rothschild is that even though he's very prominent in the Babylonian, something that was reserved to scholars, challenged at one point. So perhaps he was not as highly regarded for reasons we don't know in Israel as he was in Babylon. His is emotionally pious businessman. There's a beautiful story about Ratzafra and Marcos, in which someone wanted to fly an animal from him. And he had mentioned a particular price, but Ratzafra, at the time he heard the price, was so therefore, I will accept that price. But the person kept thinking that Safra's silence was first the lowest price that you offered. Like, I was amazed. He said, why would you do that? I was prepared to offer you a lot more money. He said, yes, but I had already accepted my heart, give it to you at the lower price. Okay. I hope that you're done. I wish you had fun. Hello and welcome to Jewish History and Adopting Words. So if you're learning with the traditional Vilna shot, something like this one, of several characters in Jewish history, Tavshila Rabbbi and the Steinsaltz edition, you'll see that it adds 3 words. It says, Shemakia Tavshila Rabbbi. So you can also, by the way, do this directly in the Aldop app. In the Aldop app, you can actually see this here. Let me just take my other hand and enlarge this. You can see that, in fact, it ends here on the word Rabbbi. I'm big enough for you. And then there's a two-dot colon. But if you click on Safari, you can see here that in the duck face, here we go. It has 3 words. Going, no 3. And those are the words that are missing. Nicholas Donin complained to Pope Innocent III that, the reason why the Jews aren't converting to Christianity, the main reason is because they have to call it Talmud. If you were to ended up burning 24 tragedy of incredible proportions. But after that time, the church became much more interested in actually we will return to the subject. To make sure it would pass the censor, and it would rely on the oral tradition of reference to the founder of Christianity. And most likely the publishers decided it existed. Well, because we have many manuscripts that escaped the censor's attention. Manuscripts, for example, that were put together in Muslim countries, which did not have such egregious interference. And a lot of other research like that can generate so in the Aldop are results of more critical scholarship. I hope that illuminated your doc, and I wish you have fun. This video is dedicated by the Huber Belt and Moshe Outright Huber Belt of the Shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History and Daf Yomi. Today's daf has the sons of Rabbbi, and these were sons of this late Tana, but an early Amora who lived at the transition period of the late 20th century, Rabbi Chia and his wife. They were Babylonians who moved to Israel. The two are sons of Rabbi Chia. I hope this illuminated your doc. I wish you had luck in your life. Hello and welcome to Jewish History and Daf Yomi. Today's daf has reference to Todos, that is Todos Ish Romi, Todos, the man of Rome. He probably went by the name Theodosius, and he was the leader of the Jewish community of Rome in the first century, towards the end of the first century. The Roman settlement of Jews goes back even before the Common Era, but especially after the destruction of the temple, when there was a huge influx of slaves that were brought into the city. This was one of the strongest diaspora communities outside of, let's say, Babylonia in the entire Mediterranean basin. It's noteworthy to see that they had such a significant population that someone as prominent as the Todos Ish Romi was. And there's some interesting disputes that are recorded in the Talmud between the Jewish community in Rome and the rabbis in Israel. For example, in Sachin, and Gimel, and I wish you had luck. Has a reference to the great sage Rabbbi. This is an abbreviation of the name Rabbina, and there are several Babylonian sages who is most certainly referring to Rabbina the first, who died in the year 422. He was a and this was most likely the Rav Amemon. He eventually became, Rabbina II became head of the yeshiva in Sura, and this was during a period of incredibly intense persecution. I hope to discuss later on in the series. Of Talmudic wisdom. Oh my gosh. Okay, I hope that illuminated your dots, and I wish you good luck. This video is dedicated to Bell family in memory of their husband Moshe Aaron Tuberville. The topic that comes up time to time. And there real witchcraft valid vision and effective and its heavily punished. Second, imitative practice. Bleed over from things outside of for example, the Dead Sea Scroll has a certain amount of references to witchcraft, and there's some fascinating archaeological evidence from Babylonia that indicates that there are, typically being worn. And anyway, like kind of like word as apparently were buried under the threshold or something. You would like right away. And show pictures of them. They have like circular square. The inside. It's like an old, it's kind of like a feng shui kind of thing. Apparently, these very
making that explicate the difficult phrases or ideas of the whatever he's commenting on.
piece of wax plants, and holidays is absolutely fascinating. I'm recording this share on a Tuesday, and I'm wishing it was Friday already. But anyway, period where it's just outside, all the cells break down, and you start to speak out of those understanding water, things like that. And needless to say, as we can see from our Gemara, it is very malodorous. I mean, the presentation, I hope is illuminating. I wish you had spoken in your life.
Professor Nicholas Roth. He just recently published this very nice book. In this there, relying on the research of like Professor Joseph Schussler and others, is, for example, I know one specific case where described
Today's not Russia, but it's one unusual figure. Rothschild's name is mentioned about 2 dozen times in shot.
special
Who knows
prayers for
that
that
he
kind of
is this
disease.
brand of the famous Rabbbi. There's a lot to say about him, but what about his grandson, his
Shovels and back to
his
investment all
grandfather's teaching? We know that he passed away very young, within the lifetime of his grandfather. So
is very clean shaven or at least without his French Jew gets really upset. And he says, what is going on in this synagogue? It's in France proper. It says that these special prayers may only be led by the son to lead your prayers who is so young and inexperienced. And apparently the father of the son confronts this man and says, you're actually descended into a actually body each other. And in fact, it involved to some degree the use of the shovels and various tools that the grave digger. And this Roman soldiers in the South, specifically over who has authority to dictate the minhagim, the customs. This is where we should talk about trade. So Moses Maimonides was a consequence and no small controversy either. His works were quite challenging. He took on massive tasks with phenomenal ambition, and they actually brought them to fruition. One of his early works that made it to a lifetime was a book called the Mishnah Torah, literally the repetition of the he consolidates all of rabbinic writings into one completely more trouble because once he was rendered into Hebrew, specifically his philosophical work, Guide for the Perplexed, which was way more challenging in many ways in the Mishnah Torah, those French Jews from the north were incensed. They were so upset with the amount of Greek thought that Maimonides openly included in his philosophical works that in the 1230s they actually denounced it to the Dominican friars and had Maimonides' books burned publicly in Paris. In France, that may have been the case. But to the south of Provence, even if buried here, the Rabbbi, Rabbi Abraham and David, there are actually seven Maimonides works. There's actually a rock gravestone at the site of his burial, along with his son. Like tolerant of many different ideas, including because they
Do you have your tefillin? I'm a girl. Hey. Oh, it's funny as shit. Mr. Aquarius, how you living, girl?
Rabbi,
What's good?
eating McDonald's
What'd you get?
yesterday and fried.
There you go.
Sounds good.
Excellent. Hey.
What about you? Did you eat all that food? Sorry, did oh, yes, yes.
Yeah.
It's pretty nice.
I heard toast.
The hoe is toast.
Yeah, it's some
Some who?
tomatoes.
Tomatoes and toast.
There you go. Yep. And I'm programming robots. How's your doctor?
Feeling good. It's getting better. Still
Excellent.
taking my time. And my woman doctor, she is so nice. She and she knows. So,
Well, that's good.
yes, me. In and out. Mm-hmm.
Excellent. That's always good. And the rest.
No,
How are the?
man. They okay on chill earlier this week.
You were on what?
My little toe is giving me problems. I was on the chill block.
Oh yeah. Hey, how many
Yeah.
people followed you back on TikTok?
I don't know. I didn't even look. I just got to long time. Let's see.
Started
Oh
it.
yeah.
You got 8 more people.
Yeah.
All right. What to do now, right?
Yeah.
There you go.
We'll talk about it today. Mm-hmm.
Exactly. The easiest way to get followers is just follow other people. And boys like girls, and girls like girls. Boys don't always like boys, and girls sometimes like boys. So a lot of, especially boys, they're girls following them as possible, and they'll follow you right back.
Right.
So that that's kind of like you have going, you know, that's advantageous to you. I was there last night. I really like him. He's got a great personality, and he streams on TikTok. And so I do my best to watch it like on, and so I'll watch it on that, or watch it on my phone or something where the speaker's not really big, screen that well. And this guy, I really like him. He like to follow. I'm not saying that you do this, in fact, I say don't do this. What you do is you stream NFL game, because all these people come into your stream because they're looking for the game, and they all follow you. But then give it 2 or 3 hours, 1,000 people last night. Who like the best way to do it is just follow as many people as you can per day, and then when it says you can't follow anybody more, you say okay, and then you just go about your day. Every single day you'll get 10 new people, and let's do the math.
I'm gonna follow some people on Sunday. Yep, I'm gonna follow people on Sunday and go back to me.
Yeah, and then you can go back and unfollow everybody who didn't follow you.
Yep.
Let's see here. Because our goal for you is because you're going to go and change the world that you can stream, but that's just a good amount to have. So you've got uh, 58 right now. So if you get 10 a day, it'd take 90. It'd be like 3 months or so. But thing where I would just create that would just go through and follow however many. I think it was 200 people a day or something like that. And then it would just switch accounts once at their account, another account, another account. And that I created over 1,000 TikTok accounts. And the reason why was because if I ever got one of my accounts banned, I could just follow with all my other accounts and then get it to be like 1,000 people. And I would say, believe it or not, TikTok is the most strict when you stream. It's really easy.
Yeah. They got kids on there. That's why.
Yeah. They have like weird rules though, like that the other ones don't have. Like, and I've been banned for really like things that are kind of ludicrous. I got banned once for promoting hunting. I'm like, I don't promote hunting. You've never heard me talk about hunting once. I don't talk about hunting, but somebody just goes in and they flag you for something, and they choose what account gets banned, or not banned but suspended. One for, but like I've gotten them for just really stupid things. So I do my best to. Well, and then TikTok did this thing because I used to really makes it really difficult. So they had people who were just starting up a stream and leaving it, which I think is fine.
The dog.
Did
I
you
did follow her.
did you watch last night?
Huh?
Did you watch Kai Cenat last night?
Oh, I did, but I missed Lalo. Yes, I did do. I wonder if it's on yet, because when I went on his and switch it uploaded yet. I wonder if he haven't uploaded. I missed it.
It should
When
be.
I went in there, he was getting food and all that. There was like 10 past the door, and I must have missed it.
It should be on his Twitch. That should be upload like immediately, or it should be available
let me
immediately.
see.
I did.
It should be on by now. Okay, let's see if it's on.
I did see him, but he
It should be now.
didn't have anybody on. So I
Yeah, because he said I saw it was on, but I missed the missed. Yeah, okay. This was it day 3 or day 4? It was day 3. Yeah. Let's see. This one. Let's see.
I saw Megan in the
Oh, let me get it. This got to be the one. Oh, well, I don't know how to get it. Slide on ice spike.
All right, let's miss them because I think that you would think that they would put that in the description.
He did, but see, when I got in there, it said, wait for a good minute. I missed it. I missed them. They must stay right on that sheet. Oh, they must have had over a 30-minute thing.
Man, I can't stand Twitch with all its advertising. It's ridiculous.
I can't either.
I can't do it. Miss Aquarius, I have ad blockers so that I don't ever generally have to watch advertisements. But for Twitch, I have them on the I have them on the computer, but it's hard. It's more difficult to do it on the app. And whenever it's been, I'm just immediately turned off. I think it would be. I don't know. Maybe not. But like you know what I'm sure about like a banner.
Mm-hmm.
I think it would be more attractive to a user if the stream didn't get interrupted.
No, some ads are coming. No.
It's
Yeah, Cousin Nick got a school, I guess, but I don't know what they're doing.
yeah, but they're only giving 15% to it. It's nothing.
Mm-hmm.
I think he got he's like a soccer player in England. I was reading about him a couple weeks ago. His parents are from Nigeria, but he was born in London, and he another loser dude who called Prime. Have you ever heard of Prime? PRIME?
Mm-hmm.
So they started a company, and they got it to be really popular. Aquarius, I kind of so I'm the number one streamer all time in Kai Cenat's Discord, and nobody's ever in his VC. Like I could be in there for a week straight, will come in, which tells me a lot of these numbers are inflated. They're fake. And I mean, Miss Aquarius, you see how. Let's say we want to make Miss Aquarius a household name, and we had like 1 million followers on all the major platforms, and then you go live, you do something controversial, and then you get some people to write about you, and then all of a sudden, it's literally that easy. It's just you need.
Where is all these people coming from, though? Where they
On Twitch. If you want to know how many of his viewers are real right now, I'll tell you because they're like that tell you all numbers. So just one that I go to called Botted, Botted, and like that. But he doesn't own it. It's just they rent all this stuff. Really, really nice. But they could buy a house too. I mean, he has a lot of money. He could easily buy a house. But all right,
we don't talk about that after that. Okay.
so Case Tyson not. He's live right now. Very low engagement detected. The streamer may be bought of inactive viewers unless they have 1%. Not that many chatters. Like it's about unique chatters. Basically, these when I first started, I bought viewers and I bought followers. I have 1,000 followers on the 49,000 followers on Twitch. I'm live on Twitch right now.
What was that?
You know how many people watch me? 0.
How many?
0.
Oh, you talking about watch you?
Right.
Anybody come in there?
Yeah, they do. It's really about your status. Like basically, I get people who come in this view people that you are a big streamer. So a lot of these people just buy their viewers.
Mm-hmm.
Like it doesn't look like you are a fake person. much. It makes your chat go really quickly. When that happens, people think that you're really popular. Ads are on Twitch, and maybe it's just because it barely ever see any ads, but it's too much for me. It in a little box, and so I can still see what's going on, but like I, I don't I, I almost will be like I will use your product.
Yeah, it's crazy, dog. Because I didn't want to go live. I'm scared to go live. Big I do the virtual, but I just scared to like go live in person.
It's good. It took it like was it like took some of the original off and made it this new show. So I thought that was really cool. And well, let me say this. In the 1980s and 1990s, I liked when shows had laugh tracks. Like before then, I Love Lucy and all that stuff. That was fine with laugh tracks. But I don't like laugh tracks now. And, and I just don't like I don't know what it is about. I guess they did like before they'd be like
for people in mine. The top. I'm trying to figure out what this girl. I'm just trying to figure out what this lady is. You know, I was trying to figure out what that lady was doing. What you doing, Rabbi?
Just
You just browsing the internet.
word girl. I'm reading about Giorgio Armani. He died a few days ago.
Who?
Giorgio Armani.
Oh. Hmm. I was gonna do a space on it, but nobody ain't gonna come in there either.
Nobody's coming
Like
in
I
there.
can do a general check.
Nobody's coming in there, Miss Aquarius.
I know that.
What about Vigo's your best bet? Big O.
I know. Ain't nobody. I already know that. Like in person.
Why?
I gotta get out the fear though. Once I get out that fear, I can do it. Oh. Oh, yeah, wow. Oh, I like. I don't want to do it at that time. So she ain't like I even put on the time. Yeah, my looks. Yeah. Yes. You better get the foot too. Oh, I believe that. I just have I'll be mad. I got stuff to do. I got stuff to do. I'm bored. So we take my nap. In a minute. Just down. On some other service. Hello. Just friendly.
Look at this athleticism, folks. Oh. Look. Look at this athleticism. Look at this move. Look at this athleticism. Look at this move. But look at this athleticism. Look at this move. Oh, don't fucking suck. What is this bullshit? Garbage. Worst stream ever. Yo, yo, dog. No one safe. Shut the fuck up, dude. Fuck. Oh, 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 oh. Come on, little. I hear it. Thing. Bitch. Fucking. Yo, dog. This is the worst. Yo. This is the worst. Shuffle? No. Dog, this is the worst. Oh my god. What? God. What? Hurry the fuck up. Look, the way we say it in Israel Listen here, bitch. It could be that. Probably. As of this moment, you're slinging dick like it's going at it. Get that shirt off. Don't suck. Don't suck. Baby, don't suck. Are you serious? What is this? Bullshit. Boring. Dude, I'm not gonna do shit except make robots and pin bitch. Yo, dude, this is the worst. I'm telling you, there's a thing on here, and it's no longer here. Your shit sucks. Come on, you little suck. It's taking forever. Blah, 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 blah. This is the worst. Yo, how about fucking tongues to know what the fuck I'm saying? Speak English. Alright, here we go. Just give it some time. Okay, I just pressed it. Oh, tight. I got it. Why do we start on page 2? Did you touch yourself at night? Next question. Because there's a title page. Dog. Why don't we read the title page? When I do it, we're gonna be like, oh, there was this dragon and a fucking sword. What is this? Bullshit. Wait, it's the same shit? Oh, I got. What the fuck, woman? Dude, look at this, folks. Unprecedented.
Rely.
Professionals observe all
Where's your fucking beard, you cunt?
finished shots with the to overcome that. It's not about the dot, it's about doing
English.
the mayor of Europe as it unites all crime strong. There's a special camaraderie between the people that come to share. There is a special unification between you and the Hanoi and Marai, and especially between you and the foreign. The reality is moral clarity. You're not just learning halacha or another, you're learning it all. As Mrs. points out, although the person should spend a third of his days learning, because it says this means Gemara, which includes Mishnah, further than being assuming Akbar, Kappa becomes zero. Every dam will bring a new concept that you might not have probably never heard before. When you travel, you'll see people learning on the plane in the airport. 90% of the time, those are people who are learning that language. There's nothing like starting off your day with good. Now, tomorrow is 45 minutes to have you up on your phone. It's an amazing connection that you make with your British oil. And now, some of the reasons why people fall off the bandwagon. People say, that the argument we can quit. Love this. This is not the proper way to live. Slow. And finally, one of the falls that Mohammed when they missed out, inevitably missed out. Sickness is symptoms. Vacation. It's hard to people do it. He says, you can't make it up. Don't go back to the shield. Let's take this up first because I don't want to hold it. And that's a big mistake. Skip work. Go back to the shield. Go back to where the body cells holding. Write down what you missed. And you'll make it up at a different time. So today, you must skip. Don't go. And don't be a perfectionist when it comes to the argument. Don't say, well, I didn't finish the set, but I don't want to do this. I need to finish. Because at the end of the day, if you finish 2,700 versus 2,711, it's not the end of the world. Better do that than not do it at all. And now, let's jump in. Beginning of say, here's one of the time, the Mishnah in Gemara used out 6 shivas. So she then the Mishnah says, say from your father. And the Mishnah uses a lesson of where the for one day and a night, such as it happens in Russia, the shear means I'm close. I'm sorry, if we're real shear, I'm still, I'm with a The reason why our mission starts or because that's real silence is like error runs the after he started going, the cargo because the third says, well, actually, I should start unlike most areas when the sun goes down. But it takes a concentrated day, the light is gone. And now we'll go to this. The time of St. Peter's Shkia, that's when Shabbos comes in. Maybe the first sheet that is slightly before that's what the Kohanim are literally very short said, but that's when 4 people sit down to eat. And maybe the second sheet that says, when you eat Friday night, that's like after that, and the Akka says this, the latest time is when people sit down to eat a weekday meal at night, have a wonderful day, we should be served up to finish shots together all day. Roughly is now given tremendous amount of every single one of you started shots. A big difference. Remember the mission what the Eliezer is a Krishma, so some China and the next you can say it's a Krishma from the first the second the second Krishma you'll hear the dogs barking, the babies wake up the nurse, and when a couple wakes up, the wife starts talking to her husband. Another shot. All three of and your wife starts talking to you, or your baby was the nurse. You should know it's time to say, Krishna. Forward like a lion, 3 times a day. The nation that because of my sons, I had to destroy my house, I had to burn my head home, I had to send fights from the dogs. So, I was once on the way. I had that, so I wanted to sit down on the way, sit down and feel sorrow. So we're going to say I learned 3 things. First of all, you don't go to the poor bus. And if you're traveling, you dive on the way. So what do you dive? Feel us having able to feel up sorrow. That sounded like a pigeon cooing. The pigeon was saying, I swear to you, every single day, 3 times a day.
6 hours. For the 2 hours, was kings played 6 hours of nighttime. 1.5 Mishmarim was 8 hours before the king, which is equals to 2 Mishmarim of 4 hours each. But Rashi said, the Gemara says, "Allah problem. In front of another person, you should not fucking learn and talk and learn the central of the passage. The brother of Charlie Gemara shouldn't any shtuyot, shouldn't say anything in front of the mace that still thinking about that unless he's talking about the mace itself." Before the night, before I had either of them, I'm nothing. I never slept as Tatsois, or he said that I was learning Torah about the Tatsois like a horse, like I was learning in his buildings, and then from that point on, he would be this Gabri Kari, studying stuff like that. And then from Tatsois on, basically, Shira means becomes day, or when the day becomes night. So Rabbi said, slightly more awful. I'll wake up at Tatsois. So in other words, and on the other hand, it seems like either doesn't have enough to do with Moshe Rabbeinu did enough, or doesn't have enough in order to awaken him. Third is Moshe Rabbeinu knew what this was. Worried that people will say Moshe about said. Let them do business with each other. You ask for Shus from the Sanhedrin. It also means you ask the Guru of the Tumim and Rothschild is not valid. I like to think a few months back, I found out that well, also like Perhaps, as we see, but after Avinu did not invoke the promise of Shemir protection, it says the pasuk by Yira Yaakov, he was worried. Why?
Discussion. How did you feel about that when you heard that word?
Off of my survivors of Haley Robertson, and I voted for him. I voted for Trump. And for him to say what he was saying, I put my hope in him, and he's supposed to protect us. And for him to say that this is, and that scares me.
The reason of Priest Gamsa was Israel had the first time when they went to Israel, and the reason why it wasn't safer because which is a 4-hour period in time that would be Chayiv Misa. Why is the Gemara so strong with its language? It's Chayiv Misa because for the sure it's obligatory to claim David. You say Krishma, it says in the Gemara, and then immediately you say Shemona Esrei, that goes according to the Rebbe and says that when you mention season Mitzrayim, you have to say Shemona Esrei immediately. Explains beautifully that is honest. First, once his heart is open, you can jump in and ask for your truck and say Shemona Esrei. Don't say Krishma and then Shemona Esrei. The opposite. Say Shemona Esrei then Krishma. Make a sandwich. You wake up in the Krishma. But perhaps there's a little bit I also like some of you the process in which man answers once the couple of sacking and considered a it's a long expression of Yosefa. It's a tefillah, but it's a part of Shmoneh. Where it says Ashrei 3 times a day, the pain of saying is Ustablish B'Olam because the famous passage of Hosea is the death of lesbian. Notice Ashrei is missing the passage that starts with the nun, so it talks about when Klai Yisrael get up. In the Eretz Yisrael, they learned that passage that Klai Yisrael falls down, and they will get up from the throne. As the Chaydash said right away, following the letter Sama, Soimet Hashem L'Klanei, lift up those fall. Where it tells us that Mount Michal, when he flies one stop, so basically he has 2 flights. And the Rabbbi has 4 flights. In other words, it's 3 stops. The Mount Michal has 8 flights, and the Mount Michal has 7 stops. One. Arrive at a destination. Yet there's a Magdeva, many people are dying. Then the Malchama as a direct. Shmuel lady says that there's a mitzvah to say Kriyat Amitas. You see the pasuk brings you about the phone. You will go back and Amishkatim. You will also, for instance, so you see that Hashem paid Emes. I mean, wonderful thing.
Most people think I'm lying when I say that, but I'm like, why would I think you? Like, who the fuck is lying about Mr. T, right? And I grew up in the 80s and 90s, so, you know, everyone believed me or no. Like, there was no in between. I grew up in a very wealthy neighborhood, so everybody was there. So I'm like, why the fuck else is your blackness here, right? Like, when I was a kid, we lived on the south side of Chicago. Like, I'm a black girl at an all-black school, and I'm trying to explain to my friends that the reason why they've never seen my dad before is because he's doing WrestleMania with Hulk Hogan, right? Like, everybody's like, shut the fuck up, Erica, right? And those were the teachers, right? So, I got this complex, and this is for real. My friends will tell you, where, like, people, I mean, if I'm on stage, I'll talk about my dad, but I never tell people, like, who my dad is or, like, stuff I see. Because whatever believes me, and they, like, really don't. Like, I will give you an example, like, because, like, when I was in kindergarten, first grade, like, kids kind of, like, criticized me when they talked to me because I was, like, looking fine and scared. You know, like, they didn't believe me. And so, this one weekend, I tell you guys this, don't tell anybody this. But this one weekend, went to this WrestleMania event with my dad. It's like hot, right? So my dad's like, don't worry about it. It's fake. He's telling me I have a sister who's 8 years old. He's like, oh, don't worry about it. Hey, he's in this wrestling match with this guy named Roddy Piper. And it's another dude, right? So my dad gets into the ring and immediately Roddy Piper looks my dad in a way and cracks my dad's ribs, right? So my dad has to go to the emergency room, right? Me and my sister are crying, whatever. They take my dad to the ER. They bring him back to the, he comes back to the hotel room. He's all bandaged up. Hogan's in our hotel room. And Hogan's doing like lines of cocaine, right? And he still has the yellow stripe. And he's like, T, I'm gonna fuck him up when I see a sweat. She's like, Terry, stop, right? And I'm like, wow. I know this is his name, right? So,
amount of new subscribers that we just had in recent days, and it's very difficult for us to get the video out to everybody. We're working on it with lots of technology, and hopefully in the next few days we'll have it all sorted out. The Lord said that the person should use his Yetzer Hara in a battle against his Yetzer Hara constantly. If that doesn't work, you should learn Torah. Still not working, you should remind yourself of Yom HaMisa, the day that even Shas, all of Shas, came down to Moshe Rabbeinu on Sinai. As we learn in the pasuk, the Edom of so Evan, that mitzvah is referred to Mishnah. Surah says we're going to need a pasuk for that. Pasuk says if you do everything that the Bible tells you, for a machma should be translated a similar pasuk. Says we're going to put on if you don't learn Torah not to show. The Gemara doesn't act like a regular person who gives a present to somebody, something he's upset. Before gave us the Torah and he's excited about it. He says, the Rothschild has a surah, and this is a sight for life. Person interested should check to see what if he doesn't, if he can't figure it out, he should assume because he's not learning about the Torah. And if not, you should understand on one condition, that those people accepted the Ahava, and if they do, they'll be Zohar on Shul Government. As Machlokes, Yisur Mishal Ahava is only a situation where it doesn't create Torah. One man knows it's only a situation where it doesn't create Bittul Tefillah, and according to Rabbi Yochanan, even if it creates Torah and Bittul Tefillah, it's still considered Yisur Shalayim. Leaves his master when his master knocks out his tooth or his eye. Certainly Yisurim, which take hold of the entire body. They should give you this is also great. Anything good comes with a struggle. It's involved in learning. Or with Milos Hasadim Shalahava. Another distinction can make is visible to us. Had 10 boys that were lifted, and he carried on himself a bone of one of his children, the last child has died, and he said, "Hey, that's your beard." This is a reminder of the Surim of a Hava says, no, I'd rather not have Yisurim and I'd rather not have the Sachar because it causes me to do Torah. Rebbe says, give me your hand, and gave him his hand, and he healed him. Rebbe himself said, but he couldn't heal himself because a person cannot take himself out of jail. Rebbe said the same thing. He says, I'd rather not have Yisurim, I'd rather not have the Sachar, and the Kibber Abba put his hand and healed the Rebbe. Rebbe once visited Rebbe Lozer, who was also sick, and he saw that his house was dark. He rolled up his sleeve and became light in the house. Yohanan's skin shined. And he asked him, why are you crying? If you're crying about the Margo, the Mamet, the Rashi, the Shem Shammai, doesn't matter. The quantity, it's the quality of counts. And if you're crying because you don't have Parnos, so not everybody has two children. You should be happy with that. Since your laws are crying, people that lasted from Purim of Ice, and that's the end of an era. So people sadly cry. Rabuno, his barrels became vinegar. They knew that. She said, okay, I accept the myself, I'll pay it back. And in fact, either all his 400 barrels became wine, or the price of vinegar became higher than wine. Anyone that before he ate, and Rashi says it tremendous before he learned Torah. This says it. You don't Rashi say before you can learn before davening. Is facing east and west, and you bought his Sfarim, and the wife won't miscarry have a wonderful day. Rochel is above. We have the capacity to see Shadim. We'd be so scared. In fact, each person has 1,000 Shadim on his right side and 10,000 Shadim on his left side. They can blame the Shadim for everything. The fact that our clothing is worn out, that our feet knock each other, that our if you evidence of Shadim, your bed in the morning. Let's see footprints that look like Dayanim, the person considered Torah, there when a person is learning by himself. The difference between a person Chavrusa is that Chavrusa is exclusively written for an individual or he in his own private safer. That's how places explain this. It says in the Pasuk, Shema Yisrael, Shema, Mikam Yisrael, what are the Shema? Second bias, it says Ashrecha Yisrael, and the parish will read up. But the third bias, it says, oh yeah. And the fourth bias, it says, if he finds out that it's because he went for bar mitzvah, the person will have life. But if he finds out that he went for bar shus, even to make a like comes to the shoulder, really is not beyond toilets, he gets this immediate burn in place. For his dominating that he's like a Filipino, hey, who's this Anna, who's this person, child of our birth? When you go towards the shul, you should run. When you leave the shul, you don't run. Because it looks as if you're running away from the shul. In fact, on Shabbos, you run to the shul. The Gemara has a list of things that what we might perceive that you get scarred for. It's in fact something else. You go to the shul and listen. You don't really understand the speech. You get scarred not for listening to the fire, but walking the shul. Quiet is what when you fasting, in fact, say the important person to break his fasting. The scar of masking somebody saying a hesped is not in the ear, but rather in the grind. And the scar that you have for going to chasana, scar for telling the chasana, great things. If you daven in the shul, outside of the shul, according to Rashi, means met somebody that's davening outside the shul, and in fact, according to our country, said should turn around, and Eliyahu, he took out a sword and he killed a person. It says that these are the that people are used to, such as davening, disregard the davening, they don't treat it with proper respect. Rather, his face turns to the color of his bird. Not only that, he is needai punishment with patient like fire and water. The Gemara says you must be careful with all three tefillos. Mincha, you see that Rabbbi answered during Mincha. By Meir, it says, if you benefit without getting simple benefit from the 5 pillars that it says that like the pillars of Rabbbi. The continuation of very long pasuk says that does he say? What does he say to? It's actually the same exact word as the famous song just says themselves. The famous song Tanya Omer Bishmol Ben Azisha. Nasi Lahakis and Tyrus. I want to walk into the Beis Hamikdash to serve Hakadosh Baruch Hu with Tyrus. The Reisi is sitting
Oh shit.
What do we learn from Rabbi Shmuel? We learned that Hakadosh Baruch Hu could ask a bracha from a Bas Radam, and he gave it to him and he agreed to it. So that
We're number one. I love that.
Even a head, he's a person when he's still angry. Wait until Baruch Hu says. When the second Gemara says it's 100,808. One part of that, which is a 16th of a second, or the amount of time Bilam wasn't that smart. He beat him in an argument, but he knew that split second. And when you know that split second, you can curse somebody in the first words. Back in the Baruch Hu knew that Bilam was about to be as he shares the story, Shulman Levi was extreme. He wanted to kill him. What he did was, he took a chicken and tied it to his bed. There's a simon. When the chicken's coat turns from red to white, that's the time that before he gets upset. And he waited there, and he noticed that he fell asleep. And he realized that's a sign of Shemayim, you're not supposed to be such a thing. It says, Meracham Avakol Mas, or Before Who has Rachonis, even on the bad food.
Mr. Trump,
They go to the ground and they bow down to the sun. Not from outside. It's a lot better than if somebody would hit him and give him malchus. The Rosh Hashanah is better than 100 malchus. It says in the Gemara that Moshe Rabbeinu asked for 3 things, and he got 3 things according to one man over. That Yisrael should have Sadik, the rabbi, this shouldn't have done it. Rabbeinu covered his face. He was so tired that Moshe Rabbeinu was fearful of Hashem. So humans were fearful of him. But he was Yeshua. Tired. He didn't look at him. one to call Rebbeinu Shalom master, mother. And when Daniel was saved, it was in the merit of the name Reuben, says the Gemara, is and he sold his Bechar willingly, then he complained. And he said, Yaakov took it away legally. My son Reuben lost his Bechar to Yosef. In fact, you see that the name of a person has a tremendous on the question when David Abel running away from his own son Absalom, Abel says, yes, he wrote home, you can have a rebellion from within your house, and he thought perhaps it's a monster or an Evan, it's a rebel. Truly, that's it's better to become tougher than to retire from it. Together, it was an unbelievable feeling. If you want to be part of, check us out on YouTube on the Rabbbi Stefanski. Understand why has an itis. He's sick. time and I learn, they're doing what they want to do, and I'm doing my thing. The halacha of Mishnah makes that the paragraph brings arichas yom. You should say the pasuk 3 times instead of the targum. One should not wait until Yom Kippur to say the targum because every Yom Kippur it's as if you're fasting and or the Rabbbi argued with their father or not. They knew their father, but they weren't sure if Chachamim agreed. And Rabbi said, yes, Chachamim agree with me. Shir really is up until Avodah Shachar. Chachamim made it upon a siyag, before so Pesach is only up until Chatzos, whereas Korban Pesach is all the way to the morning. It's the hastiness of Klal Yisrael. What did they do in hastiness? In the morning, so therefore you can eat the Korban Pesach till the morning. Lezer holds that others refer to the mentality. Klal Yisrael only left the following morning. There's a pasuk that Sarah, which means an afternoon. Pasuk it says, "Kiboy Hashem," referring to Shkia. And the pasuk continues and says, "Boy, says Hamed Mitzrayim," but the Klal Yisrael be Mitzrayim in the morning. So which one is it? Is it noon, Shkia, or the morning? The Gemara, the pasuk is telling us three different things. Shkita of the Korban Pesach happens in the afternoon. Eating of the Korban Pesach occurs only after Shkia. At what point can you eat the Korban Pesach? According to Yeshua, which is like you can eat all the way in the morning. According to Elazar, it's a full Chatzos. Beg of you, please. Baruch Hu told Moshe Rabbeinu, I don't want Avraham Avinu to come. It didn't happen. Gold and silver. So that Avraham Avinu doesn't have time. Of course, what happened was, one sheet says that the mitzvah were forced to let. Another sheet says, why is like, and therefore they didn't want to rise. Everything was desolate. It was as if it was a trap for an animal without the ocean. There are no fish. So too, the trap had no values left. Eya Asher Eya. What's this double Lashon? Just like I was with them now, I'll be with them in the future of dollars. Moshe Rabbeinu said, on their head. Why should I Eliyahu Hanavi? Aneni Hashem Aneni. They are about that they are false, so we had them try to consume meat with fire from Shemayim. It didn't work. And then he begged Rabbbi Shlomo, bring down fire from Shemayim and consume the meat. In fact, that's what happened. And name was, why Yisrael should think it's witchcraft. They should understand that it's from Shemayim. Says the Mishnah. Yishma in the morning is said that when you could differentiate between painless and love. This is painless and love. That's the Moshe. Painless. And gave us a live demonstration. And let the Gemara says that it's when you differentiate between the white and the blue, that's the shear. That's what you can say. A piracy is a leak. So that's the shear of creation. The same shear you might use it another way. You differentiate between a dog and a wolf, between a donkey and a right, which would be. Can a chayrim say it's when you can differentiate, when you can pick out your friend or an acquaintance, an associate from 4 ounces of oil. Up until what time did you say Krishma? What sheet is until Netzach Chama. That's the Lechatila. The other thing over for Yeshua says until 3 hours. Mani is, in other words, you divide the day. 4 the light. That's the way you grow up. And when I grow up, everyone says you start from Shachar. The guy says you start from Sakama. And that's when kings wake up 3 hours before the day. Yeshua says, remember, reads Krishma. Past this of even the Torah explains what's the Kiddush. He says because this person is halacha is Yishma can be said, the shear of picking out your friend for Ramadan. Rabbi says no, that's only in regard to Yishma is a seeking. Seeking means type of a person that's a chassid, and a chassid before night, not Shemon Esrei, right after night, because the reason why people mitzvahs, he wants to say Shemon Esrei the earliest possible time, so that Kulu Tefillah that before, and therefore, in the time everything at the Sikh Yishma, the moment right before night. You ever know this concept? It says, Yerubucham Shemesh. You should have fear. It's talking about Mincha should not be said after Shkia. Yoisi, Yakim, said in the name of Pilim Shalayim, that whoever says Rula right next to Tefillah won't be damaged that day. Zera say he was damaged and the Gemara says, why? Because he had a monetary loss, he had to bring a that's to the king. People pay money to see a king. You're supposed to see even Gentile kings to see the difference between a Goy and a Yid king. Rav Bruna says Gemara, he was son of Gula Tefillah, and he was happy the entire day he had him smiling. That Rothschild is in capital Yud-Tes in the 90s. That's why we say Yulu Rothschild. If not, you will have a wonderful you should get rid of all the chatayim. Yes, get rid of the sins, but don't get rid of the sinners. What you should do is, they should do tshuva. She came out in a song and she said, Shaita. Look at the end of the passage. Lost and loved by the Geula, there are going to be many more Christ from Yerushalayim than Edom. In fact, the word Akara is referring to that our children don't go into Gehenna like your children do. Rabbi explained to Amila, look, the parak of Avshalom, him and Avshalom, Shol is all the way parak Nun Zayin. Shouldn't be the opposite. It's not in order of how it happened. So he told them, we believe God is called Smuchim. When a pasuk is next to another pasuk, or a parak is next to another parak, we learn something from it. We learn from the parak Goy Malgoy, which is parak base. If somebody might hold that Goy is going to rebel against the Baruch, I'll tell you, look, my own's against his father. Shimba Yichai explained this pasuk against his chayim. Sorry, that's chesed al Shaina. Shlomo Melech wrote it about his father David. So he said another Baruch Nafshi. Now when he nursed, he also said a Baruch Nafshi. Either because humans are different than animals from a clean place, or he nursed not in the Makim Arab. And he said when he had the falling of the head, when he spoke about the day of death. Rosh Pazi says that it was Baruch Hu in the Neshama the 5 times. Baruch Hu fills the whole body. Baruch Hu sees it, but it's not seen. Neshama sees it, and it's not seen. Baruch Hu feeds, fires the whole world. The Neshama fires the whole body. Baruch Hu is pure, he's tar, so is the Neshama. Baruch Hu sits in the inner rooms, so does the Neshama. So therefore, the person that has the Neshama within him should come and pray to Baruch Hu. Nafshi, it says the whole Krava, my innards. The world is not like a human being. If an artist paints a picture on the wall, he can't infuse it with light. They infuse it. As Hannah said, ain't sur delicado. And we learn ain't sire. No artist ain't our God. In other words, the Baruch could create humans, lives, everything creates, whereas an artist, usually his art outlives him. The Lord does what happened in the story between Chizkiah and Yeshayahu, who were both, Chizkiah was the king, Yeshayahu was the Navi. They didn't want to visit each other. Each one held that they had more honor than the other one should come to them. So his broken, made a compromise. He makes act of, you're going to die, you're not going to live, which is a double lashon. More explains, you're going to die in this world, and you're not going to have Olam Haba because you didn't do Pur U'Vu, you didn't get married. So as he said, because I saw Rav HaKodesh, that I'm going to have descendants, they're not worthy. So Yeshayahu told him the famous line, why are you getting involved in the Rebbeinu Shlomo's business? Let him do his thing, you do your thing. So he said, okay, so give me your daughter, and our two schusim will be like that I won't have bad descendants. So he told him it's too late. Xer already happened. So Hitzki got upset and said, I feel the walls of his heart. He said within his heart. Or maybe he said something that has to do with a wall. He said, if Isha should not go with the I did everything. What did he do? Says the Gemara. He was Simon Kulam with Tefillah. Lady says in plucked up the water of Gichon in order to create that the soldiers of Pharaoh should have water. They didn't agree. He said, none of us will deal with it. When Chizkiah gave the door to the Midrash to go there, they didn't agree. And when he did, he made an extra month of the year. On the last day of honor, he said that if somebody dies, he says, I was answer me because like Moshe Rabbeinu did in Tzvus Avraham, he's answered in his own Tzvus. But Chizkiah used his own Tzvus. He said, etc. So they discuss on done. Now going back to the story of Naaman and Elisha, he said, let's make him a wall. So my point is, where did she put Elisha? She put Sagra and she had to build a wall to divide up Sagra. And then, what does Aliyah mean? Aliyah usually means that she put him in the best of her housing. What shot does she put him in? The Gemara says Elisha benefited from it. From favors that people give to you. But Shmuel would refuse favors. He came with his own little suitcase. She knew more than her husband that Elisha was a college. How did she know to land on his table? Another child is she knows sheets were clean. They didn't have any carry on them. Whereas his Sharetz, Gehazi, didn't have Kedusha. Says Gemara that if a person comes to the Chacham and gives from his own belongings to the Chacham, it's as if he was a makir of the Chacham. The word says three halachas in Tefillah. First one is they shouldn't stand at a high place when you daven. Be makir for Sifa Hashem. There should be no haughtiness when it comes to daven. You're supposed to put your feet together like we do during Shemad. And you're not supposed to eat and drink before davening. You do and then you try to be mammal. Shmuel said, "I hope like Yeshua, the Kriyash Shema said until 3 hours people were Makayim Kama Kaira. But you should say Birkus Kriya Shema 2 before and 1 after. Just agrees to that. And in one line, Mani said, so Kriya Shema in the right time. As we learned, the pasuk says you must say just like when you go to sleep, you're laying down. So when we say Kriya Shema Shel Arvis, you have to be in the laying position. When we say Kriya Shema Shel Shachris, you have to be standing up. Otherwise, the pasuk would say they still say, wait a minute. The pasuk says you must say Kriya Shema even when you're walking on the way. Walking is not laying down; it's not even standing. Therefore, say still you can say Kriya Shema when you're sitting, standing, laying, and even while you're working. Both Beisam and Yisham agree that from the words of Shapulon we can learn a big finish. That somebody that's facing a mitzvah, he's preoccupied doing another mitzvah, he's punished. Krishna, since he's about to marry a Psula, if he's marrying an Almana, he's not occupied and therefore he's high. Shit, it's singing, that's not enough to be shaman. And I was standing up and I laid down, and because I laid down, that's why you stood up. I give you and you're doing the opposite of what I'm doing. She said, no, I am worried that people will see us and they'll say that Allah is like the shaman. What's the difference? Because we still say you can also lay down. But since you were standing, then you lay down. So it looks as if you pass it like the shaman. So what is the similarly we have that if somebody does a sukkah like Basila, most of his body's inside the sukkah, but his table's inside the house. According to Basila, it's fine. You're not getting inside at all. So if you say if you do like this shaman, Basila, you didn't do anything. And according to Rav Yitzchak, not only did you not do anything, but you chayav misa. You see the Mishnah retarded. In order to be yaitz like Bishaman, Chacham told him if something would have happened to you, Mishnah does, based on the pasuk, Sheva Bayoim Hilalkicha, you should say 7 brachas, 7 birkus. How do you break it down? The Mishnah says, in the morning you say 2 brachas before compared to Emes Emunah is considered short. Or Misak, a long bracha or a short bracha that finishes with Baruch Atah Hashem, or doesn't, you're not doing the correct thing. One of the brachas that we see in the morning, Yoitzer Oyer Oyer Chayesha, we don't use the word Noiga because we want to say darkness, which is light. We want to mention the night during the bracha of the day. Just like we mentioned the daytime during the bracha of the night, where we say Galul Oyer V'Bnei Chayesha B'Yom. According to Shmuel, what's the second bracha? Ahava Rabbah, like Nusach Ashkenaz. According to Chachamim, it's Havas Olam, like Nusach Sfar. Because it says, therefore, one should say Ahava Rabbah in the morning, likeness of Ashkenaz, I guess, places were Chachmei, Tzarfas, Ashkenaz, Hatar. And he's Kriyashma, with Birkus Kriyashma, so I have a Rabbah Birkus Hatar. When do you say Birkus Hatar? Rav says you only say Birkus Hatar and Tosh, except you learn Chumash. But not even a medrash that tells you the halacha, because from that, halacha comes out, and it's the logic behind the Mishnah, and it explains away the contradictions in the Mishnah. And sometimes to add and take off words of a Mishnah. So last you can even higher, knowing you finish off bracha. And Rav Nuna says, which he says is considered the most important bracha out of the three. Why? Because it gives a praise on the Shbarchu and a praise to Klal Yisrael and Torah. And therefore, since these are all important brachas, we say all three. After the Kehanim brought the carbon comet in the morning and they salted the barim, the Sgan Kehanim would pronounce, make one bracha. What is that one bracha? According to Shmuel, it's a Harabah. According to Rish Lakish, it's Yotzer Ar. And then they would say Aser Sadibros, and then they would say Shema Vayishmayim Vayomer, and then they would give three brachas to Klal Yisrael. They would say, Yotzer Ar and Harabah. From here you see that bracha the two, you guys on that one. Similar, let's say for tefillin. That one bracha, for instance, was Yotzer Ar, then because why did they say I have a rabbi? You can say all that I have a rabbi. There's no proof because perhaps they said it when it was too early. Yotzer.
So if you are worried about his well-being, why are you not talking to him? This is the worst time. That's why he needs you now more than ever.
Bracha is not good faith. Although the Beis Hamikdash, they would say Aser Sadibros, but we shouldn't say Aser Sadibros because the meaning would say the Torah that we have. Kriyashma Aser Sadibros. Today, Aser Sadibros is so important that one should say it in private, but not in public. Before Mishmanim, every week a different Mishmar would take over the Beis Hamikdash. When the incoming Mishmar, the outgoing Mishmar would say another bracha, and he would say, Misha Shikin Shmai Bebayis Hazeh, Yashkin Beinechem Ahava. You want those series of questions regarding brachas. If a person starts in chakras, he can sing Ma'ariv Arava, he finishes off Yotzer Ar. In both cases, he's young because he finished off correctly. The reverse, if he started off correctly, but finished off incorrectly, the chakras are a beer, but in fact, it's one. So he starts saying Shahakal, and he finishes off a Gofen, he's Yotzer. What about Bracha Achrayna? Person thinks that he ate bread, but in fact he didn't. And he finishes off correctly. He started off Birkas Hamazon, but he finished off Mein Shalish Achrayna. He's Yotzer because even the Birkas Hamazon that he started off with would work for dates because dates can satiate him. But what happens, and this Gemara remains in a suffix, if he thought that he's holding wine, but in fact it was beer. So he started saying Hagafen, but he finished off Shahakal. The question is, do we go by the main part of the bracha or the latter part of the bracha? and therefore he would be Yaitse. If a Muslim thing from the halachas that we said, because according to Rav, since when it comes to bigger Krishma, you finish off with the bracha of Baruch Atah Hashem Hamar V'Arav. That's enough. That's a bracha in itself. Because biggest the day and the night in the same bracha. So every bracha really is a bracha for the day and for the night, and therefore the yatzit in the morning and one at night. Not yaitza the mitzvah of Kriyishma. It says in the pasuk, you have to give Shishma answer the first two brachas, and by the last bracha you bend your knees by Baruch, and by Atah you bend your spine and your head down. All your vertebrae have to bend, and then by the word Hashem, you must start coming up. It's important to remember that by Baruch also, when you say Baruch Hu Es, Hashem, you start coming up. Rav Sheshes would bend his knees and bow down quickly, but when he said the word Hashem, he'd be like a snake, he'd pick up his head very slowly to show that it's not a burden on him to do the Kriya. As soon as he made tshuva, we know we say Hamel HaKadosh. Mishpat. If he has the ability to daven for Talmud Chacham, he must he feels sick, literally sick. He has to fast and daven until he becomes a chitza. In other words, Shaul was zoich to being Gan Eden with Shmuel Hanavi, which is a tremendous metric. Or because the Gevinim, they said they'll forgive Shaul if Shaul gives them 7 of his sons that they can kill. Obviously, they hated Shaul, and the pasuk ends off saying that Shaul was a Bechir Hashem. So the Gemara that it wasn't the Gevinim that said that it was Hashem that announced it from Shemayim. But here Hashem, in other words, he forgave Shaul in Kriyishma because Parashas Balak has the pasuk Korash Shofar to Aryeh U'Chalavi. It's a beautiful pasuk, and it also includes. It's very long. And to say one pasuk because you can only show from a pay to a payer to a sound. Why do we say Parashas Tzitzis? Because it includes these amazing concepts. It includes the concept of all mitzvahs. Muscardim's whole mitzvahs. It includes the Parashas Tzitzis. This is also in Tzitzis. The Yitzias Mitzrayim, Asher Yitzias Mitzrayim. The word comes to tell us that you shouldn't think about. After Einechem comes to say that you shouldn't think in Averos. After Zaynim comes to tell you shouldn't think about Avodah Zarah. Says the Mishnah. This is the famous Mishnah. We say this. Why? Because it says in the pasuk about Tiskor, Esuim Tzischa, Beis Mitzrayim. All Yimei Chayecha. All the days Yimei Chayecha are the days you made. All Yimei Chayecha, the extra call means the nights. So you should say the night. Why we say no? All Yimei Chayecha comes to include the time of Mashiach. We're also going to say the parsha of Tzitzis have a wonderful day. Is that but we will be mentioning that, so it's slightly muted compared to how we mentioned it today, because the main focus is going to be on the Gula says, hidden Chadash. I'm going to give you a brand new Gula. It's going to be so you're going to forget about all the other we have. Change Yaakov Avinu's name to Yisrael. It's a mutter after you change his name. So there's no issue. However, when it comes to Avram Avinu, not call him Avram. Therefore, his name was Avram, which means the father of his nation. Avram means the father of all nations. This is the right. So Allah ben Asay to change his name and call him Avram. What about Sarah? Her name was Sarai, princess of her nation. Sarah,
There she is. What up, girl?
Avram Avinu. This is what you need to call her. But he didn't.
What's new?
Everybody wants to be host on here. I don't want to be no. How do you get to touch somebody? Where you go to Papa or it's for I forgot.
Rico?
Yeah.
All right, just one moment. All right. All right. So, okay, so go to part.
Alrighty. Nice. Alrighty.
And then someone, I don't know who you like.
Okay. There's somebody who I like. Okay.
And talk with them.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh, somebody in this blue face. I
You said, yeah.
is good, and that's the hardest part, right? The hardest part. No. We won't get it. We want it. We won't get it. But I'm just saying. Man, just gonna give it to you though. Like you gotta work for it. Respect. Like, yeah, okay. Then you got. And we're sitting at this table and carrying letters. I'm like, what? He's handing me these letters. The end of the dream. Said 2 Corinthians 2:15.
God.
Isser. With that, we finish the first parak of Shas. We tend to say the words that he's not Yotze Kriya Shema at the time of Kriya Shema came. But like the and then you have Havana, the Yotze in the middle of Kriya Shema. The Gemara is going to discuss that you're allowed to, according to Rabbbi, and according to Rabbi Yehuda, not only that, even if there's no honor involved. In the middle of the parak, the middle, you're allowed to answer. What does Bein HaBrachim? Bein HaBrachim means between the two brachos of Kriya Shema before Kriya Shema, between the second bracha of Kriya Shema and the pasuk of Shema, between the parsha of Shema and Vayayim Shemaya, between the parsha of Vayayim Shemaya and Vayomer, between Vayomer and the Yatzik. According to Rabbi Yehuda, you don't stop between Vayomer and the Yatzik. Why is the parsha of Shema first? It's not in the right order. In the Torah, the first parsha is Vayomer. The answer is because first we want to do Od Malchus Shemayim, and that's in the parsha of Shema. So then why is Vayayim Shemaya second? Vayomer should be second. The answer is because Vayayim Shemaya is talking about Torah. Vayomer as because it says it's. We already know that in any language it has to be in Lashon. You're not Yotze, it has to be in order. The Rebbe learns that from the Hay, Titus, and it didn't say the rest of Kriya Shema, is Yotze L'Halacha. According to Rabbi Eliezer, you must say the first 3 psukim of Shema. In other words, if you're walking like Krishma while you're walking, but the worst if you don't, you guys. What about the fact that in the second parasha it says, so that comes to tell us the halacha that that up until that point you have to have the kriya of the kavanah, but past that point you have to have kavanah. And the words l'daber bam come to teach us that we're talking about Torah, and the pasuk is telling us you must teach your children Torah so that your children can talk and learning. It says in the Gemara in the pasuk of Shema, when you say echad, if you lent to the dalit, it's very hard to do it as Ashkenazi, Arichas Yom. Rashi says as long as you don't say the ches really quickly, the ches has a comment that chod, if you say quickly, it might sound like a shema. You shouldn't do that. Rabbi saw Rabbi Yirmiyah saying very, very long. So he said, listen, the only key you have is the thing one in Shemayim in the Aretz and in the four Ruchas. There's no need to be. Rabbbi would teach his Talmidim Torah from morning to even. He had no time to say Krishma. He was actually part of Krishma. So what he would do is he would put his hand on his eyes and you just say one pasuk, the first pasuk. You want to be master Yitzis Mitzrayim in proper time. Full day. If you or if you know somebody else that might be interested in a Daf Yomi share that's containing fun, ishmat, with a lot of visual aids, search for our share online on YouTube under Ramat Shemesh Daf Yomi or Eli Stefanski, and come see for yourself why since the beginning of Rothschild, over 1,000 views per share. We learned, this is the Gemara, that certainly you can do that well, which halal is on the Rabbanan and Kriya Shema is the right, although halal is a pursuit. So, nevertheless, compare the Kriya Shema. Now, what qualifies that? Body may not profit. If between paragraphs, you have a halal, like a Rosh Chodesh, hello to somebody, answer them in the middle of the paragraph. The fact that Rav Hina answered to Rav Barshava was because he didn't think he was hush enough. And nowadays, since people understand that you're not going to answer them, you're in the middle of halal, you're in the middle of Krishma, so we don't have this concept of Shoyl Meshet Mivnei HaKavod. Two halachas in regard to tasting food. If you're tasting a food and it's less than a revius, and it's on a tinus and collects for showing what tinus we're talking about, you're allowed to taste it on a fast day. Since you accepted the fast, that you won't be eating, you didn't accept the fast, that you won't be benefiting and having enough. And also, if you taste food, you don't have to make a bracha for it. or your personal. It's probably usher to look at your emails and WhatsApps, etc. before davening. The Gemara says an amazing voice like Shracha. Baruch Hu takes care of his business. The Gemara says that if somebody is without having a dream, he's a Rabbbi. For the same possible. Once a person says at the end of Shema Hashem Elokeichem Emes, does he have to repeat the word Emes again? According to Rabbi Yochanan, you must repeat it again. With the Rabbah, you don't repeat it. The Gemara brings a very interesting lashon. Rabbah heard one of his Talmidim say Hashem Elokeichem Emes. Emes v'yatziv. She said, "Kol Emes v'Emes tafsi lahai." This guy is grabbing onto every Emes doing the wrong thing. Because Allah said, once you start the third parsha, that's by my reading, you must say it. What does it mean to start? That's it. Once you get to Bar, you have to continue the whole parsha. But Baba holds that's not considered.
Yo, what up? What's good, son?
Everything and go all the way to Emes.
How are you? Yo, dog, can you hear me? How's your day going? You speak English? Yo, Sackbridge. How are you? Sackbridge, how'd you find out about me, son? Sackbridge, hello. How's your fantasy football team going? Who's your favorite Supreme? Translate. Just let me know. Yo, dog. Sackbridge. Sackbridge. Sackbridge, you slinging dick like it's going out of style, son? Dog? Sackbridge, we've been waiting on you. Everybody loves you, dog. Sackbridge. Sackbridge, are you there? Sackbridge. 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 Dog. Sackbridge. Everybody's been waiting on you. Dog. Sackbridge. Sackbridge, how you living, pimp? Did you dive in today? Did you study the doc? That's okay. Hello back. It's polite for you to say blink twice if you need help. Are you sucking a dick like it's going out of style? What's good in the hood? Sackbridge, I like how you're like this in your picture. It's sick. Sackbridge, did you know that I had an Israeli woman in here today and I thought she was a man? And I asked her if she had davened and she didn't know what I was talking about. And then I asked her where tefillin was. And then she said, well, in Israel, we say tefillin. And I was like, well, that's cool, woman. Everywhere else, they say tefillin. And she's like, where's your tefillin? And she's like, what tefillin? And I was like, the tefillin they gave you on your bar mitzvah. And she's like, I'm a woman. Anyway, I, I didn't know. She had a deep voice, but not so deep that I didn't. This woman was Zachbridge. I'd love to tell you all about myself, but I'm not gonna do a message. I'll say hi. I'm sending you a message, Zachbridge. How are you? How are you? You can speak. Okay, I hear you. Okay. Well, here we go, Sackbridge. Well, let me ask. Did you find out about me from? How did you find out about me? How did you find out about me? Oh, you found out about me from Kick. Okay, very cool. Do not speak now. So, firstly, apologies for any spam that you may have gotten. Are you a streamer? I take it you're a lurker. Is that correct? You lurk? Like you're just a viewer? You are. Very cool. Okay, I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my hours a day, 7 days a week, 360 world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. My streams go. I should have someone who thinks that data is very important. I'm not the only one. The Economist magazine started on the internet than any person ever, which may make me an influential person someday. And if that happens, my friend, I'm going to make you, your friends, your family, all very you become independently wealthy if you're not already. I'm going to make sure that you have generational wealth, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations. How does that sound? When will that happen? Sooner rather than later, perhaps by the end of this year. I have over 20 simultaneous YouTube accounts going right now, and I've got a whole bunch of robots, some of which you've encountered. And the more and more people find out about me, the larger and larger my reach. This is like a time capsule of human society. We've seen. I am someone who talks about ending world hunger through the use of technologies such as agriculture, floating greenhouses, salt water greenhouses, like Nigeria, to be able to help the less fortunate. Our program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump seawater onto land to make it drinkable. How much do I make in a day? It varies. It's not a whole project management professional. I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play. I've made some income from that. Additionally, I've had major contracts with Fortune 100 companies, six-figure contracts, more than $30. It's enough. It's enough for me to be able to live my life. I talk about other things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, alien disclosure, space elevators, things like space tourism, terraforming other planets, artificial superintelligence. Uh, it's good. I would and make money off of it, and also and talk about things like people don't know this, but the first successful I and surrogates. I think this is mind blowing. I think that it's really cool, and they also want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird, which I think would be really interesting as well. And I look forward to being able to document. I talk about other things that may affect you, your friends, your family. When you were born, the average life expectancy for you or someone like you was 80 years old. I want to increase that to age 100, 120 through the use of technology, such as cryonics, cryogenics, things like if you want nootropics. But eventually you're going to be 120 years old or so if you want. And you're going to say, Rabbi, everything that you said came true. It's been really wonderful. But my body's starting to break down. What's the next plan? And again, this is a that you can utilize something known as mind uploading technology, where, again, with your consent, there's an Android and avatar cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially, what I'm saying to you is that you may have a future, a digital immortality. How can you make money like me? Account, a Twitch account, a Kick account, a Rumble account, all of those. And then you link them together. And then when you go live on one platform, you go live on all of them. And it allows you to, instead of communicating on just one platform, you communicate on up to like 33 different platforms. And people give you donations, and people, like some of them, like Dream. And then eventually you get big enough, and like one like Kick, a stream, you make like up to like $16 an hour. That's enough for you to basically live. I've known, I have friends of mine from Kick who they bought cars, multiple cars with what they made on. But if you're interested, I can teach you everything that I know on how to do it. Why not on Kick? It's an excellent, excellent question, because I am the biggest spammer in the history of Kick. So I was on Kick, but I'm no longer on Kick. I have never created on Kick. And the reason accounts is because I spam it. And so the people that Kick aren't big fans of mine. I shouldn't say that though. I'm friends with Eddie Craven, the owner of Kick. He and I are friends on Discord. So, not everybody there hates me. But basically, if you break their terms and conditions, they will ban you. And I originally didn't break their terms and conditions, but I wasn't getting a lot of people watching me on there. So I figured, you know what? If I just make the decision to get banned on this platform by spamming people, well, I'll just create robots that do that for really interesting people like you. I would have never met you, most likely, if I hadn't spammed. If you don't have a lot of viewers, if you have it, you need to be able to stream like 30 hours a week or something like that, and overall like something like 120 hours a month. And you need, this is the hard one. When they're first starting, you don't have to, but if you want to get known much more quickly and get to be a kick partner, that's what you would do. And YouTube, you needed, years ago, you needed 1,000 followers, then you needed 2,000 followers and 4,000 watch hours, which is really difficult. And then I think that it's at like 10,000. Make money on YouTube, it's not easy, but you can do it. Rumble will take you right away. So there are some others as well. If you're, they will give you a little bit of money to start streaming on, and then you can cash those points in for cash. What else pays you to stream? Twitch does, but that's quite a tough route as well if you're just starting off. But I mean, do you have a computer or just a phone? I'm sure you do. You're talking to me right now. So internet. So yeah, PC. The first thing you have to do is say to yourself, am I really going to do this? Because it means that you've got to be dedicated to it. But if you do want to do it, there are ways to do it in an anonymous. So, like, it seems like you want to stay anonymous, which is cool. So you can do that with voice changers, and you can wear masks. There are different filters you can use. You can just do an off-screen stream as well. You could stream yourself playing video games. But if you want to have the biggest impact, you're going to find all of the big streamers generally are characters, and they're real people. But there are some that are off screen, and they use like avatars, so you can and then if you want to talk strangers, or if you're fine with talk, like some people are fine having their voice on, but they just don't have their face. Less and less positions that there are going to be, including doctors and lawyers and all of those things. And once robotics get involved, mechanics and technicians, all of those positions are going to be taken. So influencer, that can be done, and depending on your age, and if you did it for 50 years, you'll be a very wealthy person. It's all about drive. How much that dog do you have in you? How much fortitude do you have? All right. Is there like a good remote job? I want to be a typist or something like audio transcriptionist. Yeah, there are those positions. So the best place to find those positions is through one of the career apps like ZipRecruiter, Indeed, Monster, Career Builder. And So I'm gonna apply until I get a position. Now, there are remote jobs available for that, but you have to understand that. What do you for me, Sally? It just doesn't have um, a lot of lose so easily by getting screwed on one iPhone. So let's say you buy 10 brand new iPhones or whatever. Okay, why do I want to buy your phone when I could just go to Best Buy or the AT&T store and buy it off of Amazon? And well, I don't have to buy new phones. What if I just buy people's old phones and I repair them and then I resell them? Okay, fine. But people already get that. It's just known as a refurbished phone. And there are people out there, notifications for that type of industry. And you can't make a lot of money on it. Meaning, you want something that you generate an hourly rate. And with selling an iPhone, $100 on sale on an iPhone, and you might only sell one a month, maybe two a month. I mean, with eBay, and that's really a big place where people do that. And then on top of that, if you get a review, it can end your store. You want to be really, but people still buy, right? Yeah, but not usually from individuals anymore. It does happen, but screwed in that industry or going that route, that from a certain refurbisher on Amazon. Okay, that's fine, but I usually have an issue. They need a new battery. They have a broken screen. They have perhaps software issues. Really know how to repair them well. Then it's not going to be very uh, profitable for you. Okay, am I always available? If I write to you on here, do you get notifications when I write to you? Because I don't, because you don't have TTS on YouTube. Okay, so I do have TTS on YouTube, but I have to restart it every single time, and it's really, and I have to do it 22 different times because I'm live on 22 different YouTube streams. So it's just too much to do it every time. Yeah, you can always send me a message in here. If you're gonna send me a message though, come into the Discord. Come in just like you, so I know you're gonna be typing to me. If not, it might be an hour or two between my replies to you. But yeah, if you come in here just like you are, just come in here when I see you. I'll know to check my messages. Do I play video games? Absolutely. Miss Aquarius, the other person and one of the other people in here, she and I play games every night. We play a lot of mini games. Uh, I play Fortnite. I like Grand Theft Auto. I like Civilization. I like Age of Empires, Age of Kings, Age of Mythology. I like Sid Meier's Civilization. I like Madden. I like FIFA. I like college football. between 6 and 9 months. So that's a big deal. That's going to revolutionize things. How about the video games? What do you like to play? Well, if you become a trillionaire, okay? Every single person who's helped me along the way. So you have to understand, when I was a kid, wants to be billionaires. In the future, people will want to be trillionaires. Millionaire is today's billionaire, is tomorrow's trillionaire. So I'll be able to help. There are 1,900 people in this server or so. I'm going to help all of those people. And then we're going to go back and watch all of my streams going back for 3.5 years. And everybody with whom I've had any interaction, generally on this stream, I'm going to do my best to not just make a millionaire, not just make a billionaire, but make a trillionaire. Who will actually give me that much money? Well, you have to understand, data is Earth's number one resource. So basically, I'm sitting on a gold mine or a petroleum mine of data. Basically, and people wear cryptocurrency shirts. So I'll be able to wear Coca-Cola and Marlboro, or Zins, or Walmart, or whatever. People pay me just to do plugs for them, to do ads, really endorsements. And I'm a different endorser than anybody else. I literally am live so no other company will just always have like a walking advertisement like they will from YouTube. That's you. Well, amazing, dog. Sure to remember that person. And yeah, it was a long time. All right, well, that's cool. I do remember that name to some extent. So you should know that you're on the list, my friend. Are you sure they will give you the money? Absolutely. I watch podcasters who do live ads and they make tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of dollars, millions of dollars a year from that. Travis Kelce, who's podcast New Heights, no one listens, are amazing. Next, Blue Chew will give you a boner. Where are you from? Yeah, I'm from the U.S. Word, that's correct. my motivation to do this grows. I never want to stop it. I love to do. I would like to do it where I could go hundreds of millions of dollars buying boats and stuff too, but I'd like to live stream that life as well. So not just quadrillions. Wait, no, it's not a million trillions. It's 100,000. No, is it a million trillion? A quintillion. Yeah, but you don't understand. With inflation, that means that that's just like a quadrillion dollars. Especially when you get in the world of cryptocurrency, it very easily can happen. Then you're looking at quadrillions and quintillions. And that's all you know about as 125 trillion in the world. That doesn't include perhaps the price, like no one abs. Man, I wish I bought Bitcoin 12 years ago. Yeah, I understand that. And then also, you've got to understand that there are other planets to explore. So that makes all kinds of new opportunities. There are new, moons and planets and even perhaps solar systems. So, like, if you want to think that there's 125 trillion dollars in the world, that's cool. I just think of things being in like a bigger world than that. Like, it doesn't just have to be here on Earth. Just like asteroid, if we just do asteroiding, could perhaps have more aluminum on it than all of the Earth. So you're buying car dealerships? Yeah, basically, and yacht and traveling the world and giving away money to people in schools, all that good stuff. Although I have 4.5 years of content, so 5 years, but I don't say that because that's a little more 4 year and 3 months of data archived before that on SD card. Basically, if you took all of my data 24/7, I've got like a little more than 4 years. Why didn't you get all the money 2024? I haven't gone viral yet. I me really well. And so then Kick is the one that I do that's easiest for me, but Kick is full of bots. So now what I've done is I've created robots on Twitch. And these bots on Twitch create clips of people, are permanent, or I don't want to say permanent, you can delete them, but you have to, and that's a lot of work. So I just create clips of people and it works really well. So you have to become viral to get all the money? Yeah, I mean, I need eyeballs and asses in the seats. They don't just give you money with, I mean, you just don't do endorsements if you can't 100,000 people able to do that. Then this. Yeah, I think you're right. It's just a matter of time, Bell. So I just have to be patient. But when it happens, it's gonna be on. I won't forget. Shout out to Sackbridge. Yeah, no, I understand. So if you want to do remote work, a really good place to do it or find out information about it is the subreddit remote jobs. They just post them there and you'll be able to get, you want basically. But what about scams? I mean, you got to take risks. That's what life's about. So you look and see if they're. Love you too, big dog. Take care. Hope to see you. Let me know if you need anything.
So we love that garbage TV that hit the States. And my wife was crazy about it. If I was here filming Guardians, we shot Guardians of the Galaxy here, and my wife Lana came out to visit, and she fell in love with this show. The only way is Essex, it's basically their Jersey Shore. Like, oh, I'm up there a little bit, so when I hear all the time, I just started picking it up and started, like, I could pick up their accent and do their accent a little bit. So it's like, you know, I must be Scott. Because we like the English accent.
I used to. I the English accent is rather like.
Look at this athleticism. Look at this move. Look at this athleticism.
Partial. And you're quick to say, don't, and this is my, then you have to say instead of the time, somebody said about them, you redeemed us from slavery, but see and you did tremendous nisim for us on the water, and we sang to you, what did we sing to you? Micha, Moicha, Vayidam Hashem, and then you continue from that point on, all the way to God Yisrael, and then you say Shemon Esrei. Shema Yochai says, not only is the parsha of Shema, Ol Malchus Shemayim, that's why we say it first, but the parsha Shema has three concepts.
There's a glitter.
The Lamed, the Lassos. It says in the pasuk, the bomb that teaches us you have to learn Torah. The Lamed, they have to teach others, and Lasso is to do, to take action, Shartam, put on tefillin, Usaftam, you write Mezuzahs. To do, take action, but also then create Shema. He's punished for moments, including Kriya Shema, Tefillin, Shemon Esrei. He's digging the grave with another person, then they can switch off, see him. But he admits that when it comes to physical Asiyah, Tefillin comes before Kriya Shema, which is Omar Shema. The person says Kriya Shema. Without Tefillin on, according to his Meyyad Eidah Sheker, he's testifying falsely because in Kriya Shema it says you should wear Tefillin. And according to you're not doing the mitzvah as it was a mashal, as if somebody brought a carbon oila without bringing the mincha. And have a wonderful day. Version says the process of Shabbat. This leads to curse those who search for water. But Ezra, on the other hand, looking for water because it's not as much longer. Should look for water up until a parcel in the direction that you're traveling. Go in reverse, make a U-turn and look for water. When you know there's water, you're all quick to go up to a hill, which is approximately 4,000. The Mishnah says that if a person doesn't hear the Kriya Shema in his own ear, it wasn't Shmiya La'azam, not a Kama. Says, Yaitza, right? Yaitza, the Chatchila, you could start out initially saying it without hearing Shema. You don't hear it in your ear, you're not Yaitza to be reviewed as Rebbe. Elizabeth Azariah says, you are Yaitza, only the other. If you want to be Yaitza, you should hear it in your ear. You have these three sheets. How do these three sheets match up? That's the right. So in Rishma, we're going to have all three sheets. The average member says, you don't have to hear it in your ear. You only have to, because it says, it's in your heart. The average Yosef says that you have to hear it in your ear because it says Shema. You must hear it. And the average Elizabeth Azariah is the middle sheet of, you should hear it in your ear, but if you don't, you Yosef. And then we have a rice that brings a person who's deaf, but he could speak. And he says a bracha on Truma. The evidence Truma, the bracha Truma, which is the Rabbanon, goes according to Elizabeth. There's another rice when it comes to the person who can speak. And that's what Shimon Pastor says. Yoitza, even a chapila, that must be going according to it. And they had the halacha of Krikas Hamazon. Krikas Hamazon is very right. It says, you should do so, you do it. The chapila says that the chapila, you should not be going to other people who get one. So if we did so, Yoitza with the evidence. A shaita, even with the evidence, you're not Yoitza. The reason says there's another shear that is Pata. He says that it's the Rabbi Yosi holding that all, let's say Truma, or Cherish, by Megillah, that you are the Gemara says that just like a baby, so to a grave takes the dead, and it will be case I made, bodies will be alive. Just like the womb, it goes in, but it's quiet. When it comes out, the baby comes out, there's a lot of emotion and screaming. So, fiber, like the grave, when the body goes in, there's a lot of, when the body comes out alive, like this Mason, it's going to be a huge celebration. Source for this Mason in it says in the Pasuk, in the following fight, you got to tell no said creation up, but it wasn't intended. He said all the, but perhaps two of the words were connected to each other. The Gemara gives examples where that one word ends with the same letter as the next word begins, like Al Becha, the both. Al ends with the Lamed, and the Becha starts with the Lamed. If you say quickly, it's like Al Becha. Al is supposed to stop in between. As you see in the Sidurim, they stop between all these words. And we learned that from the Magadha. There's another example like the Psalm. also the chora. You say it quickly, it sounds like chora. So you should make a stop. The chora. How to put on your tefillah and how to write. Maybe you should only say the psukim that have to do with your Shema only by your sight. Don't take out all the instructions. Don't just put it in curses. There's this poet, and there's no there's something wonderful. Rabbis Daf Tazayim. The Gemara tells us that Amir Abasi were building a chuppah for their friend Rabbi who's getting married that day. Rabbi said, "I'm a chassan. Let me go learn Torah now, and I'll come back with what I learned." So he came back with the following. The first parasha that has a Visharama, or perhaps he's holding at the end. He must know the first parasha. According to Rabbbi, concerned that perhaps he missed the word or something. Third parasha. Don't be concerned. You know it really well. The word you don't have to retire. They must come off the tree in Amishon and Esrei where it's sturdy and they're not concerned and they'll be able to have the proper kavanah. If it's just work, and a worker only receives food. One who receives a salary has to be a lot more careful with his time and how he uses it, and he shouldn't cause a loss in his boss. So therefore, when he done Shemona Esrei, he should only say the Shemona Esrei known as it's a short Shemona Esrei where you see the first three brachas and the last three brachas, and everything in between is shortened to 3 to 4 words. Like picture, this is from a siddur given to servicemen in English. You only say 2 out of the 4 brachas. You say the first one completely. When it comes to Birkus Hamaiti, only the Rabbanim, they don't even wash and say a bracha. Some of the words for his food. Be careful not to be a chazan. That's waste of time for the owner. And he doesn't have to say Kriya Shema because it says the Sefer. And from the left of Chavadar, we learned that a person was actually doing a mitzvah, but he's preoccupied with mitzvah and he's high in all the mitzvahs. A person who marries an alana, he's not preoccupied. Yes, it's high in Kriya Shema. Gemara tells us that Rothschild himself, when he got married, he did say Kriya Shema because he knew about himself that he could be mechavan. And the Gemara says that anybody who's mutzah, that has a chazaka, that he's a chacham, and he could be mechavan during Kriya Shema, he's allowed to say Kriya Shema. But anybody that's not mutzah, according to Rothschild, that's good gaiva. He has holiness. He says, "Oh, I could be mechavan." The chacham say, but rather he can't live without it. And that is the issur of itself is the Rabbana. The first day was the Issa Deraisa. But the first night, according to when it came to an instance, the person who loses a slave, we don't stand in the rows that we stand in front of Abelum and say Amok Minachem. We don't say Amok Minachem, and we don't make the bracha of Rechava, which is by the first Suda of Abra. Malachas, one might lose. There's no espada that you give on a slave. According to Rabbi Yossi, if the Ebed, the slave, was a kosher, he was a Talmud Chacham, then you could say, Oy ish toiv neman v'nehenem yiyoy. Wow, what a great person he was, and he was trustworthy, and he was nehena. He worked hard, and that's how he earned a living. Chacham disagree, and they say, if that's what you say about a slave, what is left to say about any kosher Jew? And therefore, you don't say any hesped on a slave. You don't call a slave Abba. Which was, in those days, a way to call somebody a nice way, unless this slave is a chashav slave, then you can give him that kind of surname. We only have 3 avos. Avram Yitzchak, we have 4 imayis, and we don't have any more. The chashivas is up to 3 avos. Whoever is careful with Kriya Shema, and Rebbe Lazar would have a hava of achva reis v'shalom. In other words, we should have peace. Reb Zera would say, we shouldn't sin, we shouldn't be shameful. Reb Chia would say, long life, Chaim Shalom, Shal Taiva, Shal Bracha, Shal Parnasa, Chil Tzatzama. Chaim Shef Bem Yiras Chet. People shouldn't say terrible rumors about us. Even though Rabbbi had guards, he would still say, have a wonderful day. Stop inside. We're going to continue this special davening that Tanoim inserted It's our will to do your will. But what's preventing us? So Sahara. And she would Malchiyos, the fact that we're in God's sky, actually in Saturday Nikidai, I shouldn't have been in dust when I'm alive, and certainly after I'm dead, after I die. And you're also that sin any longer, and whenever I sin, please erase the raw from a bad woman, from a t-shirt guy. That's what we say when you have a yachad. It says only put the chaylev and the fat and the blood. Less fat, less blood. That should be as a karma. And then the Gemara goes on to say, beautiful sayings that Anayim used to say. Rebbe would say, song, Ashrim Nish, Bala Batara, Bala Batara, oils in Torah. But Lisa Nachas Ruach Liyotzroi, and the beautiful Nachas to his creator, and he dies with a name, with a great reputation, Toy Shem, Shem and Toy, good name is better than good oil. And this is my favorite. Rebbe would say, Baruch Hu tells people, Gemar B'Libcha, try to understand my ways, Mahu Rachum, etc. The Lishka Dadasi, a person should be a master when it comes to the Torah. Have Torah in your heart, and you should always have your Shemayim in front of your eyes. Watch, guard your tongue, guard your mouth from sinning, and you should act b'kedusha with the haro, and therefore I will be with you wherever you are. Chacham Yavne would say, I'm a creation and you're a creation. I go to learn Torah, you go to work in the field. My job is easier. I'm closer to home. And what are you going to say? And this is unbelievable. If a person says, I'm an Amaritz, what good is it that I'm learning Torah? I don't understand it as well as the other one. Says the Gemara, that's not true. The main focus is the intent and the effort a person puts in. You can learn the same amount as somebody else, and that person understands more than you. You get the same amount of scars as that other person because you have the same intent. Rabbi used to say a person should always be conniving when it comes to the Sahara, try to trick him to Yiras Hashem. A person who answers softly will do away with a lot of anger. And a person should always seek peace with his relatives and with his brothers, with his friends, and even with goyim in the marketplace. The Gemara brings Rabbbi and Zakkai would never allow somebody to say hello to him first. He was always the one to initiate the hello, even to a non-Jew in the marketplace. Rabbah says the main point of Torah, and that's the ikar in the world, is to do ma'asim tovim and tshuva. A person shouldn't be someone who just learns Torah and then kicks the person in front of the Torah like his father, his mother, and his Rebbe. You know, we're talking about a different type of Shema, a person who learns Torah. Shaloi Shema, the cantor, that means in order to outdo somebody else, that's a person that's better, they shouldn't have been created. Rav says, this world is different than the world to come. In the world to come, even if we have a physical body, we're not going to be dealing with eating, sleeping, we're not going to be jealous of each other, there's not going to be competition, we're just going to be sitting with crowns on our heads and basking in the glory of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The Gemara's famous question, if women don't learn Torah, how are they Zaychat Olam Haba, and how are they Zaychat to protection according to the Vilna Gaon? And the Gemara answers by bringing their children to learn Chumash in school and allowing their husbands to learn Mishnayos and Gemara, that they Yomi, and waiting for their husbands, because in those days, their husbands would leave for extended amount of time, waiting for the husbands to come back from learning. That's how they shear in the Torah and Olam Haba. The Gemara brings beautiful bracha that Chachamim would say to each other, but basically it includes all the limbs of the body, that their mouth should talk Torah, their feet should run to Torah, their eyes should look
What up, girl? How are you?
etc. There's a machlok
And I just met some cool people.
On
Bigger,
Big O,
big, like,
using the party thing.
yeah.
Excellent. Did you follow each other?
Yeah. right here, my cake. Somebody called me. Well, it hurt. We're gonna have to. Oh God, I gotta see about this damn toe. Okay. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, I gotta go on my main. I got two, and I gotta back up the main. On my main because one of these people in the spot had gifted me. I ain't having it. I gotta gift them. So sweet.
So have you followed them back on your main page yet?
No, I gotta go over there. How come I do that? My best friend had, not the one got married, but my other one, but my first one. My first best friend. My second best friend, that's who getting married. But my first best friend had called and called that, never did answer phone.
And what it's able to do is detect objects like vehicles, persons, buildings, utilities.
I'm about to go back over there.
Trucks, gas stations, diggers, solar panels, buses, probably more to come. But I just want to put this out here because this technology is available right now. It has been available. And this is just the latest version that was released today, January 2nd, 2025. And
What you doing, Rabbi? Watching the game?
No, that'll be on later.
disaster recovery monitoring.
I am.
Oh, yeah, I forgot. Sorry, 2 hours behind me.
You're good. Watching. I'm on Reddit, but I'm also perfecting my robots. And I had somebody come in earlier today. They were really nice. All right, did you follow those people back?
What people back?
The people from Vigo.
I just told you. Yes, I followed the host. I followed the people that followed me. But that girl didn't follow me back. Yes, I followed them back. Yes, I followed them, but I got to follow me back on my main page too.
Okay.
Or on my back.
Have you followed anybody on TikTok? I know you said that you do it, but I don't know if it banned you for 24 hours. Not banned you, but like delayed you for 24 hours or just a few hours. How many people can you follow at once?
No. Because I haven't been on TikTok. I've been on Bigo.
All right, we'll try it on Kick now. You got work to do, girl.
No. There we go. That's following now. There we go. Following people. There we go. No funny people. No funny. All right. Okay. All right. I can follow no more. All righty.
What kind of cake
Yeah, I
did
can't
you?
follow no more.
Okay, what kind of cake did you get?
My aunt got us this caramel cake we got Sunday, and we don't eat it every day because we can't get my granddaddy cake every day. So we didn't eat it for dinner because we had our lunch and we had a bit of lunch at McDonald's. So I'll eat the Chick-fil-A tomorrow. I sell it. So we like, okay, that's our cake. We can't get him a lot. If we get him a lot of stuff, we got fire, something like that. We tend to go to the bathroom, and we do not want to clean up that mess.
I got you.
Mm.
Well, caramel cake sounds wonderful.
Yeah, you had it before?
Not that I know.
Lemon cake is good.
I like caramel.
You do?
Oh yeah.
All right, and tomorrow, yay. We're gonna get me tomorrow.
How many are you at now?
I only got 58 followers right now.
All right. Well, that's still good.
Yeah. Right. That was good. Go back and I was in with my main account, and I ain't got no clubhouse picture on that one. I do that picture, but yeah. I will be right back, Rabbi. I'm not going nowhere. I just put myself on mute, okay?
Okie dokie.
Like is in the pasuk, Alufeinu Misubalim. Alufeinu means our leaders, Misubalim. We take the burden. One man almost says Alufeinu, our leaders in Torah Misubalim, that they have the yoke of mitzvahs. The other says it was referring to Torah and mitzvahs. Misubalim is referring to Yisurim. goes on to say that we make a bracha that we shouldn't let and show that they had bad doeg, and we shouldn't have children that go off the derech. The pasuk, Abirei leib harchokim mitzvaka, who are laka, so to speak, that they can sustain themselves. They don't need to come on Kadosh Baruch Hu to help them, whereas the entire world has to come on Kadosh Baruch Hu. Where it brings that Reb Chanina, the famous pastor, will come out and say, Chanina b'ni, he doesn't need anything but some. That is that Abirei leib is referring to the Rishayim, like the Gevinim that lived within the midst of Klal Yisrael for many generations, and they never became Gerim. They didn't see the beauty of Klal Yisrael. Or the people from Machasya, who they saw Klal Yisrael gathering together before Yom Tov, 30 days before Yom Tov, before Pesach, before Malacha on Tisha B'Av, but if you're Talmid Chacham, you should never do Malacha on Tisha B'Av. The question is whether act like a Talmid Chacham, is that considered Metzikura, or is that considered haughtiness or not? That if he has a job, the reason why he's not working is exactly as a Balgaiva. And in front of you, or even if it's not in front of you, I will go into it a little bit more. Before we get into some amazing stories, let's first talk about halachas that have to do with the dead. There's a concept called poking fun at the dead, causing the dead jealous. And that includes not only mitzvahs, but even eating in front of the dead, as we're going to see. So you're not going to walk 4 hours within or in a cemetery next to Kfarim and say Kriya Shema, Shema Esrei, say Kaddish, Tehillah, etc. You're not going to hold the Sefer in your hand and read from the Sefer. It says Tosfos, you're not allowed to even say Torah, but as the dead can be jealous. Funeral procession, must accompany the procession, otherwise the dead is going to be upset. He's going to say, why doesn't this person come to my funeral? And if you do, says the Gemara, then it's as if you accompany himself. It's also to eat in front of the dead, and therefore, if one has to eat, he should leave in the zen. For the other Rishonim, it's also to make brachas, and it's also for all have to be makes you with the bracha. But on Shabbos, all those halachas don't apply. You could lean, you could eat meat. The point is whether or not you're chayav item. Someone who's dealing with the burial of his own relative, he's placing a mitzvah, and therefore he's putter from all the mitzvahs, from an esrei, etc. The machlokes in the Gemara, what that means exactly. Rabbbi says that it's only if the dead is right in front of him, then he's placing a mitzvah. But if once he leaves the house, he's not there, then there's no longer a chiyuv there's no longer a plur to do other mitzvahs. For the Ravashi, you see by Avraham Avinu that even though he was dealing with Ephraim and Sarah was no longer in front of him, considers it as if Sarah was in front of him, he's still dealing with it in the Arif, the full barriers. They are all from Shemona Esrei. The ones that are in front of they haven't had a chance to hold Aron yet. The ones in the back, they already held on the Aron, they want to hold it again. They must say Kriya Shema. Those people that come to comfort the Avelim. That's also mitzvah. That they are the ones saying directly to the Avelim, and giving them the words of comfort. They are part of the Kriya Shema. The ones on the outer rows that don't really say directly to the Avel, they are chayiv in the Kriya Shema. What about those, the Shomer, the people that watch the body? Like in the Gemara, that they're watching them, they're placing the mitzvah, they are part of the mitzvah.
And I get to them back, all of them back on my man account.
There are mice or not that's concerned. The one man it is, and therefore one should watch the body. Another man should go to the side once my Kriya comes and say Kriya. There's an Isser to treat bones of the deceased without respect, and to treat them with respect. The same Allah applies to Sefer Torah. Therefore, you don't take bones and throw it in a sack and throw it on a donkey. And same thing with the Sefer Torah. Unless you're concerned that people will come and steal the Sefer Torah or do something to the bones, you throw it on a donkey. Now, the Gemara discusses, and here are all the beautiful stories. What exactly the dead people if there's a malach called he's in charge of the dead, he announces that bothered them a lot, and they were wondering whether the father was about it. One of them said, "What do you mean it's a positive? That people don't know anything." This is the other one. You didn't learn right shot. The Mason is referring to the Rishon. When they're dead, they're considered alive. But Tzaddik is always concerned about Olam Haba and what the future holds for him. Where it talks about Benayov and Yayada, that there's nobody like him in the first Mikdash, the second Mikdash. Where it says perhaps in the ice, he cut open the ice and was inside, or it means that he went through the entire Sifra, which is the hardest Sefer, says Taisus Chassid, it's referring to Yehuda Bar Glai or Yehuda Baba, that is one sleeping in the cemetery. We're talking about Rosh Hashanah night. He was sleeping in the cemetery and he heard two young girls that were next to him. They were talking to each other. He said, "Let's behind the Mechizor with the Shina." He says, "One, I cannot fly. I'm buried in Machzel Shulchanim in reeds." The Tzlach explains it didn't decompose, therefore she couldn't fly. He said she doesn't hear. And she went out there and she heard that whoever plants in the first, says Rashi, he's talking about the seventh time and destroy the crop. So this hail is going to come under Rabbi Shnia, and he made a lot of money. The following year, he decided to do this trick on his own. So he went and he camped out in the base of cars, and sure enough, he hears the two Ruchai saying, "Let's go fly. I can't fly. I'm in Machzel Shetanim. So you come back and tell me." And she said, "I heard that whoever plants in the second Revia, the Shibah, that he was going to come and ruin the crop, so he planted in the front money. Everybody else lost their crop." Says his wife, "How did you know to do this?" So he told his wife the secret. The wife had a big fight with the mother of the girl that was flying around in the paragon, and she made fun. She said, "I know that your daughter was buried in the Machzel Shetanim." Third year, the chassid goes to the cemetery and he hears the Ruchai saying, "Let's go fly around." And one Ruach said to the other, "I cannot fly because the live people are already saying they're making fun of my mother that she buried me with Machzel Shetanim." So you see that the dead do know. So the Gemara, perhaps somebody came, somebody was nifter, told her. Ziri, lady, and she died. And he went and he asked her in her grave. She told him exactly where it was. And she said, "Tell mother that we're going to have a visitor." She the son of the person that steals money from the orphans, and he sees that Levi didn't make it into Shemayim because Levi heard his cheer, and he sees his father, and his father's crying and laughing. Why are you crying? Because you're going to be Mr. So why are you laughing? Because they consider you as huge individuals in Shemayim. He said, I'm so big. Have they go up to Shemayim? In fact, Levi went up to Shemayim. He says, where's the money? The money is buried between our money. There's a sandwich. Our money, the son's money, and our money. I didn't want it to get ruined. I didn't want people to steal. In fact, they returned the money. Upon hunting, you see that the dead know what's going on, but it's different because the fans have a wonderful day. We had the other day that Rabbi was walking in the cemetery and his sisters were dragging on the graves and he's told, like the rush, you're poking fun at the dead. Like Rabbi said, Rabbi Yaakov can have person. Everything that he's done for their descendants, like about a chashon, like somebody spoke about Marsh after he died, and he pulled pierced his head and pierced the membrane around his brain. That's because Baruch himself hears that he spoke about the chashon person, but not necessarily that the chashon person could drink. My Ma'arim don't do that to a Guyaris. That's what how the fact that the four Guyaris says how that was fake water was a placebo. And for that, the Gemara that they put him in Milu. Says review that that's not true. Akav ben Mahalo was a great man. Akav ben Mahalo, it was in fact Elazar ben Hanoi Sedayim, and they put him in the Milu. And in fact, when Elazar ben Hanoi died, they put a stone on his coffin to show that even to the dead, you do skila, you throw stones at the coffin. His name was Chaim Mahago because Chaim sat and drew a circle around himself and he said, Hashem said, if you weren't Chaim, I'll put you in Chayrim. That's not how you talk. You're speaking like your son speaks to a father, and it's not correct. I put him on a spit, on a skewer, and Shimon Shadach said, you deserve Chayrim because people are going to now they can touch him outside of the Beis HaMikdash. But that's a brisa. The thing, Rabbi Elazar held that everybody ordered to take a ticheres, earthenware stove, and make it not tummy. If it's tummy, you have to break it into pieces. So let's say you chop it up into pieces, and you want to put it back together with sand. Elazar holds it's tar. Chacham says it's not tar. Elazar tried to prove to them with the tree, with the wall that bent, the water stopped. Abbas came out of Shemayim and said, Elazar's right. Nevertheless, they didn't accept his words, and now. So we have 3 places in the Mishnah, but why did he say 24? Because there are 20 one other situation in the Mishnah where very similar to these three times. Was a single person, an individual, went against the Rabbin really hard. That is deserving of hair. One out of the thousands. It says about you don't speak like that. That's that fellow sultan. I think the fellow sultan, you shouldn't talk like that because that means that you're saying you're deserving of a greater einish. The oval, the outer row, is not from the refutation. However, the more qualifies that says the outer row can see and can be heard. The whole time, see this part of he's a novel. For instance, a person is even though they'll create a tremendous the size, he picks his route. There's a fork in the road, and he says, "I want to go through the base of press for the covet of the oven." Same thing for the covet to give proper honor to kings, even Deutsche kings. Where it says, "It wasn't Tzaddik was a halacha that if there's a full tafach of fear between an art or something, and you don't have that tafach. And in order to give honor things, we're not chayshish for that art that doesn't have a tafach. There's also the concept of human dignity to leave it on. When we have the puzzle that says the salamta, if you find an alamta, the special meal, a nazar who's a kain gadol, or he's a person who's going to do bris meal on his son, or to shut the company, nobody's and from a Pesach, and it wasn't said by and learn. They, Rabbi Yehuda only learned 3%. When Rabbi Yehuda tried to learn Otzin, he had great difficulty. He said it's like all the questions that Rav and Shmuel's Rebbe used to ask. When we learn Uqtin and Yadais, how was her name was it sounds like 200, 200 times 2. You see, that is and as the Gemara Bamitzia says, they could be entirely yeah, so what about an Ayin Hara? You're not worried about Ayin Hara. There's the water covers the Ayin Hara. Or the eye that didn't go after it just by will not be nizoik from an Ayin Hara. Says the Minhag, because we don't want his father to be worried about the son's Krishma. He has to go to work early in the morning and can't schlep him to shul that early. Tefillin. We're concerned won't have a that I would think that they'd be chayiv until because there's a hedish with mezuzah they are chayiv. Well, much one are potter from film. They are chayiv in a mezuzah. Why? Because in a mezuzah it says the man yir means rachamim, and women need rachamim. Even though Shemon Esrei is erev oikdim and tzarayim, it says man grama. Nevertheless, because of the rachamim they're chayiv. What about kiddush on Shabbos? This is machlokes whether they are chayiv with their raisa or with their rabba. According to Abaya, it's only chayiv with rabba. Because Hamazon, they are chayiv. Might see his father, and concerned is the rabba. We have to say that the father. Only a shear of the Rabbanon. The Gemara says that Malachi Ashar told the Rabbanon it's not fair. You said that we shouldn't act, we shouldn't take bribes, but you show favor. I hold bribes from State Rivers and Muslim itself, and they say Rivers and Muslim even on a debate so it's like your mayor. That's why I show favor. The Machlokes, the mission says we know that when he eats, he doesn't say Hamaitzi, and Birkas Yudah says no. About Kerry, he must say Kriya Shema, he must say Hamoitzi. Machlekes to Rabbin and Rav Chisda, whether Hirur is Kedibur, contemplating something, thinking about something in your head, does it have the same effect as saying it with your mouth? According to Rabbin, it has the same effect. So why does about Kerry only think it if it's as if he's saying it? Because we're just like Har Sinai, you should not say it with your mouth, think it in your head. Or the way is, if he's sitting in shul and everybody's saying Kriya Shema, he's going to look as if he doesn't care about it, Baruch Hu, and we want him to be basic and be doing the same thing as everybody else is doing. Have a wonderful day. Kriya Shema or Birkas Hamazon. He has to think it in his head. I don't know that Birkas Hamazon is there, right? So it doesn't get any more clear than this. It says in the pasuk, you eat the sabata on your show. It says that Moshe Rabbeinu said, "He shame Hashem name," and Klal Yisrael is going to say, "Amen." Is brought down in Parshas Hazinu. From our Mishnah, it seems like that Hamoitzi, the bracha, you say before, even though we have Omer going in two directions, that one should perhaps say after you learn Torah, one should say Hamoitzi before you eat. Now, Omer, if you make you should make a bracha because you didn't have anoya. As you're saying the bracha because you're about to go into the end of the day, but not for Kriya Shema. From our Mishnah, we said about Kerry. Doesn't make a bracha after anything. Kriya Shema, you already mentioned Yitzias Mitzrayim. And Kriya Shema is stronger than V'yatzev because it has Omach Hashemayim and Mitzrayim, and that's why he says Kriya Shema. It says no. Kriya Shema is very right. So a person has a suffix whether he say Kriya Shema or not. He has to repeat it. Shmona Esrei, which is the Rabbanon, then he doesn't repeat if he has the suffix. And on Halachai, he should daven all day long. In other words, he can do Esrei all day. And in fact, the person knows that he says Shmona Esrei. He is himself in the middle of Shmona Esrei. Says the Gemara that he's on Shabbos and he's davening Shmona Esrei. All of a sudden he feels a punch on his chest. He realizes, wait, I'm saying the halacha is that he can finish the bracha. What is the reason? Is because in reality we should be saying Shemona Esrei of the weekday on Shabbos, and in addition to that, add the brachas of Shabbos. But because of the tircha of the tzibur, Chacham said you don't say Shemona Esrei. So therefore, if he finds himself saying a bracha of regular weekday Shemona Esrei, he finishes it off. Whereas a person who realized that he already said Shemona Esrei, and now he's saying it for the second time, doesn't finish because he has no chiyuv to say. Comes into a shul. He comes in the shul and he finds the tzibur davening Shemona Esrei. He could say Shemona Esrei again as long adds something of his own and makes it personal. Before everybody gets the kedusha, and the machlokes is by himself or not. So we that a person can say kedusha by himself. The Torah comes out that everybody gets the kedusha. Now, according to everybody, while you're saying Shemona Esrei, you cannot stop from kedusha and baruch Hu, etc. The machlokes is whether you can stop in the middle of Shemona Esrei, Rabbah, according to Rabbbi. We don't pass an halacha like that. Place brings down that today we think about it. Shemer Ka'ina, this is a question that comes out that you are saying look at is also to learn how do we know it from the concept of smoke. The misa that she has, the skila we learn from a behema. Comes the Chumash Devarim, he does learn. There's a machlokes whether a person who's not allowed to marry her, or the view that you're not allowed to marry her. And why? Because he learns from Smuchim. It says in the pasuk, "Lo yikach ishes eshes ovid, but lo yigali knaf ovid." Lo yigali, you the learns is talking about a talks about an anusa. At Zera, they are not allowed to say Torah Shema. It's only these three cases where the whole they don't have to go to Mikvah. But what if they're without any side of was given the theme of the hero who rests the Zayah. So too when we learn Torah, we should be with fear, trepidation, trembling. Therefore, if one comes about becoming, but it wasn't his fault, he became a Zav, a Mitzayra, while Anida, by mistake, Torah. However, if a person becomes Tomei, the Tanakh says it's impossible for him to learn Torah at all. It came through Kalas Rosh, and Torah is only Bereses V'Zayah. On the polar opposite, we have Rav Yehuda ben Meser that says that Torah is like fire, says Rav Yehuda ben Meser. Fire says you can learn Torah, learn Mishnayos, but say them quickly, don't go too deep into them. Then you have Rav Yehuda that says you could go deep into Mishnayos. Shalom says you learn Gemara. And then he called them those ways there. Nachman Yitzchak says that there's a minhag in the world asking like the three skated one halacha like is only in Eretz Yisrael. Zahiri said either he said battle the tefillah of a carry, or he said the battle the tefillah, or he whispered it this. That this new concept called Tishu Kavit, when one is titled for a pouring it on top. Now, why would he announce it in public? This tefillah of carry caused a lot for Kuru. If a person knows he has to go tomorrow to look for a mikvah, he said it in secret because he didn't want his talmidim to be with their wives like Karnagoyim, like chickens. Again, he says when it comes to halacha of tefillah carrying, some are made, some are was the Chachamim made together. There's a story where somebody was about to be over in Avera, and the woman told him, if you're over in Avera, remember, you're going to have to look for a mikvah of 46. And that made it stop. And therefore, the carry came against his will. He could use it on himself by being with his wife. Therefore, you can't use the clue. So, the Gemara halachically against his will doesn't need to be titled came at all. As what about somebody, a regular party, that the tumah came against his will? Abai says Ezra was also misakin something, and that's the 9th Psalm. And it came against his will. But somebody who's, according to everybody, somebody who's teaching Torah is different than somebody who's learning Torah. Somebody who's teaching Torah and he's healthy, or he's sick, but he brought it upon himself, needs 40 Psalms. But if it happened against his will, Some say that a fairy needs was some say no, like we mentioned before, it could be like Kili Falmotam, and the Gemara learns these words to mean that you can use according to Yehuda, Nine Shuva, doesn't necessarily need to be. Nine Kavim is not enough when it comes to teaching other people, saying to other people.
Yo,
Fucking shit.
why is that, man? I get you. How are things going in the woods? How's life? How are you?
Uh, I'm
Okay, you're trans. All right. So that's a hobby. How's that been?
great.
Okay, excellent. So were you a girl and now you're becoming a guy?
Yes.
Okay, well then you need tefillin. Tefillin. And you need
I
to
don't have tefillin.
Oh, you don't have
I know my
tefillin.
brother-
You don't have
my
tefillin
brother
and all of.
served in multiple operations.
Okay, yeah.
He still does. No, I gotta.
All right, that's all right. So, what do you like to do?
Have to draw furries.
You love to drop stories. Okay, that's cool. So, do you want to learn how to become a man?
I mean, I already know how to punch and fight. However, I need to beat him.
Do you? Well, that's like
Are you
5,000.
actually watching?
Yeah, that's my last thing.
Can I have money? Can I have money?
I thought you
Please,
did.
I'm broke.
I,
No. I
okay. Do work and become a boy.
dated multiple women.
All right. Was she hot?
Very.
Oh, good on you. Being a lesbian isn't good enough. Want to be a boy?
No, I'm just shooting. Yeah, I'm just talking shit.
You're just talking.
No, I am gay. I'm gay.
Okay, you are a lesbian. Did you have a hot girlfriend?
Yeah. Sure was my first high school girlfriend. So
This is really confusing as fuck. No one knows what to do. I'll keep everybody in line. So, hey, Rabbi. Tefillin.
Every single bracha, you should say the very you should say everything really quickly. And according to Rabbbi, you can only say Sukkim and that's it, and then he has to let somebody else know. Also, to David in front of waste excellent. So if you see his waste, you should turn his back to it and make sure that he's at least 4 hours away, approximately 6 feet away. If he doesn't have the ability to turn his back to it, so at least put it to his side. The person is not realized that David, while there's waste right next to him, he's considered a point of Rabbi. It's not after impeachment. That's where he gets point to Rabbi. You must repeat the Shemona Esrei with controllable bladder. So you must wait until he stops leaking. Then he continues with the Shemona Esrei. Now, if he could stop, if he stops. He also had to go to the restroom, and since he didn't can't hold it in, which is the time it makes it worse, or Tarsa, his kilos and his ego, he must repeat his entire diet. If he could hold it in, meaning doesn't know why he's being garbage. If this bathroom, and once you relieve yourself, now you can physically go out. Now you have to go on a field, leave away. 4 hours to do that. But every time I was doing it, and whoa, I was telling the story of what's the son of one fight, grabbed money. That boy, obviously, he wasn't aware of that later, but he died, and he was so embarrassed that he threw himself off the roof. And he said, choir, and there are a lot of rooms, and they make people that has one type of gear in it. That's the that's on the ground. But then, it's a brand new bag. Never used bring the phone into the restroom because that gives them a reaction from a seriously just a few moments of sleep because you won't be able to snooze when one goes to the bathroom, even though nobody's in the room with them. Expose himself 12 times to the front and 1 time out in the back. Permanent bathroom. So there's a lot of stuff going on the ground. The ground is softer, so we're not concerned that there will be a splash of right down, and you might use your toilet. Therefore, you're not filling in your head. A person doesn't want to be if every person designated film that. And he also puts film in there. She has 2 things. It's also good. one below, beneath the blank, how do they say creation? Now, if they're facing each other, it's definitely also. If they're not facing each other, they're back to back. If it's his younger children, what exactly the ages of a place in Gemara? A girl below the age of 3, a boy below the age of 9, or a girl below the age of 11, and a boy below the age of 12. Then it's older children. According to Shmuel, it's Machleik's in the price of whether you have to cook a pizza with the talents. There's a difference between his wife and other people's wife. His mother, usually and other people, it's awesome. But there's no concern about always rears that are touching each other. The ears of the erva by a man, the tefach of a woman who typically covers usher for a man, even his own wife, to sit in front of that tefach. Now, if it's his wife, it's usher to look at even pinky of a woman if he does so to gaze at, stare at, and to benefit from. The lowliness is concerned. Therefore, the way the Rabbbi explained, it's worse than a pinky because even if you're not staring at it to benefit, it's still holy. The voice of a woman is considered very, and the ear of a woman, sorry, that ear is considered whatever. The word says it's also the hanger of tefillin on a pet, but you're allowed to by the box is a quick is an actual box. If it's in a bag, a film bag, you're allowed to hang a film bag on a peg. Now, if allowed, well, if he just is trying to show Hashem that he's davening, that's also that shows that he doesn't have a emunah that Hashem hears it. He's not public because disturbing them, that is also that's through the secret. Somebody burps or yawns, that's when it's considered gasi or ruach. Then that's not intentional. And therefore, it's not considered a God's rule. When he sneezes, that's considered a weak mouth. And that's a simin yof. When he spit, he didn't allow during the S-ray. If you do it on purpose, that's considered a gasrua, when an S-ray. But before he does so, he has to say a bracha, asks sort of for forgiveness for what he's just done. He says, he continues. The Gemara tells us that Rabbi Yehuda held that it's also to move from Kutzla. You walk away. If I only came to hear this, it was worth it. Issue for me. That's an issue. Out. That would be dangerous because the first discharge must come out. But he puts his hand on his tefillin. What if a person has soya waste on his head? That's not a problem because it says are saying praise, therefore every single part, including the hands, that when there's stuff, it doesn't matter where the source is, it matters where the in the brisa, one brisa says what kind of place it says it's not really chicken, it's turkey or a lot of chicken. According to Rabbbi, the only time dog and pig waste are buses when they are used and high because over there it's still an herb. It fixed it. If the soya is in a hole in the ground, you just put underneath the tree, becomes common. But if somebody that's fur is on the opposite moving by, then only if it's stationary. bodily function control. And it's what about if we don't know whether what you're looking at is Meriklayim or something. So you don't know if you're looking at chocolate or saucer. Why? Because in trash, usually it's in the house. It's not like it says you typically don't find soya in your house. What is the shear? How much Meriklayim is it? Yeah, so something else. It's harder on the outside. It's no longer soya or the sugar. And if it breaks, the halacha is, Rabbbi says that it has to be as hard as earthenware in order for it not to break. It says in the Mishnah, we learn that the person is inside the makeup and you dirty water or it's not see-through, so therefore it creates a barrier between your eyes and your erva, or your heart and your erva, or any other part. Let's see, you're feeling there. No, we're talking about water. See the erva. That's what you say creation. The erva of a goy, how long at least considered erva, I would think, because it says in the passage, the sar chamoyer, the star of the house. If there's a bed, soya, that creates a pizza. Well, so the goy, well, the goy is going to what? The bed falls above the ground, then it becomes a cold body. And so if it gets on the ground, it is very soya. If it's a bed that falls above the ground, then it's possibly a creation. If it's green and then water remains in the sun. So it depends. So if you put water in the cleat first, and you pour the Meriklayim on top of the water, then the Meriklayim become bottled drop by drop. As it hits the water, they become bottled. However, if you put it in water before the Meriklayim, then there's a machlokes whether you need a kosher or a beast. But the Meriklayim were in there first, you certainly need a beast. And finally, wonderful day. Rochis Daf Chovav. It's a huge day for my wife and I. We became grandparents. I want to thank all the well-wishers, WhatsApps, etc. If you happen to be here, Ramat the Shabbos, Shalom Zachar at my house, you're all invited. Nachal Noam to apartment 9. The Gemara says that it's Esrei facing a bathroom, even if there's no soy in the bathroom. if somebody designates a brand new bathroom, there's a suffix whether you're allowed to daven Shemona Esrei inside the bathroom, but outside facing the new bathroom that was never being used, it's mutter. There's a type of bathroom called parsim, similar to what we have today. It's where the tsoya falls out. It has some sort of pipe that removes everything. So that is considered, sasum is considered sealed, and it's mutter to daven facing. The Mishnah brings 3 cases where there's an additional tumah to carry. Ezra was Masaki, they have to go to the mikvah in order to say Tukir earlier. Person is a Zav Gomer, even in one day. Now he has to wait Shiva Yim, 7 clean days. During that time, he became about now if he doesn't really help much because he's already coming. Same thing. If then he becomes a Zav since the transferring up until Chatzos. And that's the Loy Ad Bechal up until midday. This says up until 4 hours. 4 hours. If somebody purposely amazes it, didn't daven, that's what the Pasuk says. This is yet. If somebody does say 2 Shemona Esrei, the continuation pasuk of Mus Le'Yuchal Liskoy is the Chesar and Chesar Le'Yuchal Limanos. Refrain from going with them. That's Chesar Le'Yuchal Limanos. And with this, we come to Omid Beis. What you he says 2 Shabbos Myras, even though the different type of Shemona Esrei, it's the Shemona Esrei of the Shaz, in fact, is another day. Shemona Esrei should be a Shemona Esrei. Just Chacham said not to be mat, but weekday Shemona Esrei. You say Shabbos Shemona Esrei instead of weekday Shemona Esrei, it works. The following tefillah is Myra of Motzi Shabbos. It's a weekday Shemona Esrei.
Torah? Only if you're a Jack. whatever.
No, that motherfucker now gonna be best fucking friend. I gotta take a whiz. Yo, you know how to be a man? You already know how to be a man. I can win a fight, dude. That's not what it's like to be a man. So fucking hating dominate. I gotta take a whiz. I'm e-girl champion of the world. I was here. Well, never heard of that place.
He has to say a third one because he's not Yoitza. The Gemara brings down, we say that a person says how he forgets to say it. The Gemara says it's a kasha, but the halacha is you have to say a third answer. In that brayso we learned that if somebody forgets to say Masha Baruch or if it's saying Talomata, he must repeat the Shemona answer. Now going into the davening, why do we have chakras mincha ma'ariv? The first sheet is Rabbi Yossi. It's based on our Avos Hakdashim. Avraham Avinu, he instituted chakras, as it says, Vayashkim. He got up in the morning. Yitzchak was mincha, as it says, Lifnei Sarim. And Yerev, Vayolan Sham. Now, Rabbi Shlomo Levi says that it's basically 6.5 hours into the day until the Erev. Rashi says at Chashecha. They learn in Rashi it means until Tzis Merchavim. It's until Flag Mincha halfway through Mincha, meaning 10 and 3/4 of an hour into the day. Ma'ariv is because of the Var day. We should hear only Psuras Tayvais have a wonderful day.
Snag dick like a motherfucker. That's what I would say to him. You gonna do one of these? I'm gonna do them. There's like dick like a motherfucker.
Fine.
According to Rabbi Yehuda, all the zmanim of tefillah are advat.
Dog, did you know that when you go, Bob, gives a fuck? I wish I could tell all these rabbis that. Dog, no one gives a fuck. Oh, dude. The fucking ACL. You motherfucker. Oh, dude, if that's fucking...
Is 9.5 hours from the beginning of daylight or 2.5 hours before the night? Take those 2.5 hours before the night and divide that in
bitch.
half. That's 5 minutes. According to Yehuda, you could say mincha without a mincha until the first portion.
So we don't have anybody in this game.
In other words,
We don't care one way or another.
Before nightfall is when
everyone nuked right now. Wouldn't care about the Get it.
Therefore, there's a situation where a person has two tefillahs in front of him. He has mincha because we said that mincha doyle starts at 6:30. And he has another half. And we pass him like this episode. So we teach a Tana whose mother married her off, that's only the Rabbanon. In order, in certain situations, we teach her to do meal. That is to say that she wants to negate the marriage, and therefore there's no marriage. In a situation where two sisters are doing it, because two sisters marry the other, therefore, the younger one blows up.
You should worry about the fact that nobody's even tried to rise good.
Right.
No, it doesn't matter.
Good. No.
Go find where your bread is buttered.
Live.
Doesn't exist. Actually, over $25 million in price station. Don't back down when that is possible.
He's got a lot of players. All right. I want this back. All right. Wow. Wow.
Just like
Let's sit down, ladies. Yeah. All right.
as an opportunity to help drive international collaboration in a way that brings prosperity, but distributes it more broadly. This renewed vision will promote open markets and stakeholders globally. That's the term.
Okay.
We don't know when that is, probably.
Fucking end zone, dog. Run it. Run.
That made Ruby Shaw stand up and
Nuts, but like,
Fucking loser.
all right.
All right.
How come we're not going down that road? But there are solutions that are not primarily loyal, not to a
Boy, dog. I was running it. I was running.
Russia's massive global hegemons that are going to be
Okay,
indicating
that's all right.
massive corporations that are going to be
Black
defining the laws of
fucking
what
cheaters.
happens. They are preparing for their societies to fail. Immigration is very steep.
Who is that?
In the region causing most of it. And what happens when our societies fail?
Wait, that's not a thing.
What happens? What they're saying.
The tickets?
Going to be built to keep our populations in check.
Shit.
Right, so
Loser.
this does they're going to be doing great. They're going to be fine. This is the primary thing. She's getting married. Straight up. Hunger. Right?
That's commercial. Suck. Oh, this motherfucker is so blah 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 blah. Then there's this book. It's super. Fuck no. Should be like this. What is this bullshit? So, is this Chucky? Yo, dog. Save that clip, motherfucker. West Side. This is content. Sao Paulo. Know about football here. Sucks. This motherfucker's the worst. Terrible. Absolute dog shit. Worst stream. Ever. Virtual signal this dick, girl. Why don't you shut the fuck up and don't tell me what you did watch? Mahomes, your wife. Who's playing in the game? Get him. Get him. I fucking lie. I fucking lie. I fucking lie. You want what you should do? I fucking lie.
This is the final story where they put him in jail. Your tail talks. It's so obvious.
You're going to go. We want to keep you. Out. Out for the year. This is the worst. Worst. 71 offense. Worst.
The country needs this union, and there's going to be a lot of women crying, and there's going to be a lot of men crying. There's going to be a lot of people deeply invested in it.
Get this motherfucker. Get him. Oh, he's down. This motherfucker is down.
person watched her grow up.
Ever.
After October 7th. Nothing that happened. I will be in Riyadh at the Riyadh Comedy Festival at the Bakr Al Shedi Theater. Come see me at the actual.
Excellent job. Chargers. So this is the first time anybody's ever said that. That was terrible. Bill. The Browns. No. Bingo for your target. Where?
Hundreds of thousands of dollars, some of us millions, not me. Get over it. We're taking the money. How about that? How about that?
Stream.
Sorry. Oh, you weren't invited? Oh, you got nothing going on? Boo-hoo-hoo. Boo-hoo.
Like the next
Slaves. That guy. And he goes, I would never do that because I don't want to interact with slaves. I'm like, well, why not? They'd be differential, right? I mean, I imagine the transport, they're not allowed to leave their slaves. Hey, is, because that's not what I'm here to
What
do.
it is, but just
In a way that spoils
are you fucking
others,
serious?
especially by not. Well, of course I do. Of course I do. Of course I do. But I believe in my own financial. Because when Peter Thiel puts all of you in a cage, you're going to remember that movie? Well, when you're in that movie, and it's when you're in the movie, Peter Thiel's got you in, you're going to want to have a local to go to the guy and say, let me out of here. Get him moved on. When you're Shawshanking with the little rock hammer through the wall, you're crawling through the tunnel of shit to try to get out of Peter Thiel's prison because it was about the Antichrist, and he's talking about it. It's fun. He couldn't shut his mouth. He went out to bars, and in a very boomer-like fashion, he's like, well, if I had killed her.
Guys, everybody in Germany.
I've never heard of his faith informs his understanding of the world, including areas of theology, history, literature, and politics of the Antichrist. As part of a four-part lecture series at the Commonwealth Club in San Francisco. Well, doesn't that sound well? But he that he's going to be giving. And now, doing the Saudi thing for you, they're paying you a lot of money. I'm not going to tell you how much they're paying. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how much they're paying. $375,000 for one show. 0.6 would be 375. Others are getting 150. What are they doing? Here's the point. Here's the point. Okay? They're paying me enough to look the other way. Do you understand? Look the other way. That's a 4-word sentence. And people don't do it. Look the other way. If something bad is happening to your snaps back. It's perfect for a game. Look the other way. Okay? Either chopping a hand up. That might be interesting to just kind of see actually how they do.
Jim Harbaugh
I'm
sucks.
the only honest person in this country. Everyone else is gonna have a million. They're gonna go, oh, the Middle East is more progressive. What's going on? In fact,
Jim Harbaugh sucks.
I will
That's why they
ignore
give you
it.
the.
And it's something I really disagree with is happening. The more money you, the less I'm going to think about it. Really important thing that no one does anymore, and I'm recommending
He sucks top.
the other way.
Word.
That's not going to happen.
I'm so glad I didn't
We
take
don't
Pat
even know
Mahomes
how
because
to
he
do
sucks.
that. All we do is try to do that, and it fails miserably like every time. So I believe in looking the other way. I believe in pretending things
Let's
are
go
not happening
Chargers.
are.
The second time that's ever been said, uttered by anybody.
I believe in ignoring the
Well,
street. I will sleep so
just politicking. A dick rider.
I sleep through the screens.
Huge dick rider.
Google it. You know what happened there, and it's fine. Mind your own business. My
We're talking ching chong.
I'm telling you right now. They have realized something very important, and that is, okay, people to like you. You give them lots of money.
Great play.
I don't know where they're disagreeing with me, and that's okay. You're allowed to be both. You're allowed to be both. I don't care what you do. It doesn't matter. You can say
Let's go Chargers. Go Chargers. Terrible. Terrible play.
Okay. I feel safe in Riyadh. I believe in
Worst
luxury. A lot of people
stream.
don't, and I always have. Even the ability of the society to treat me. I'm gonna say something and people aren't gonna like it. If you think for 1 second
That everybody sucks.
proud of what they built, you're crazy.
Come on, Chargers.
You're literally crazy.
Four.
You're literally there are so many
I don't even know if we want to score. Keep.
look at something beautiful. Even if
I hear a ching chong on the back.
using the word slave, not even knowing.
They
A
do.
slave father
No.
look at his slave.
Matters all that fucking much chance of winning. So
Look how beautiful that is. And
let's
how grateful
have
and how thankful we are. Now, yes, there are problems. There's
leave that.
problems. We're gonna just defend that. Where's the money, bum? Of my face.
Yeah, nobody got that guy. Offense. 15-yard penalty. Fourth down.
Girl, she never shared her drugs or alcohol. In this Roots Farm 1, she'd go back to the bonfire. Tree and then drink it. You see what I mean here? Do you get it? Listen, the human shields, Hamas is stealing the food or whatever. The nonsense for the 9 months we're all supposed to believe. Whatever, I go, release them. And this is what it's about, the hostages. It's not about all the other greater Israel's have. Why was he losing the Messiah? What are you talking about? You have no connection with anyone. He was just a pervert. He was friends with him. What do you want? Israel thought this was all going to happen. What are you, nuts? I'm sad about what's happening. If it's happening, is it? I don't see it. If I was a slave, I would love to make a beautiful hotel for people. I would. I would be able to make a beautiful hotel for people to stay at and enjoy. I was a slave, not a slave. But if I was a slave, and I had the chance to make a beautiful hotel, it's a whole thing. Life. It's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. And we're called to be, I believe,
No one gives a shit about what is this bullshit?
Next level. Incredibly soft, breathable, and or send it back, but trust me, you won't want to. Lucy? Let me tell you about it. 100% pure nicotine. Again, use code TAM to get 20% off. Everyone I know people because they deserve to laugh. And somehow we give them license to treat the sleep possible.
Might be the worst draw I've ever seen. I could throw it better. What route are you running?
But the reality is, it's a good amount of money, and sometimes, unfortunately, in life, you gotta take the money. And I know young kids don't want to hear that. They don't want to hear that. The Saudi Comedy Festival, I just want people to know that. People to know that I'm doing this because they're paying me lottery system. It's like, fuck off. Like, the borders open and they want the doors
Jose
flung open so that
Capella.
everyone from all countries do whatever they always do. They fucking
Did he fuck?
can to get that guy out of the race. Now, I'm not a fan of that guy, but that was
Yo, how you live in pants?
my point is this, or Fatah, or whatever. My point is this. So
There's a black cat.
people coming into America,
Oh, yeah.
entertain. Subscribe to that whack, or you're just jealous that we're getting money. Sorry, Papa. This Taylor Swift.
Oh, they got a forced fumble.
So many people are excited about this wedding. Taylor say what you want about Taylor Swift. Say what you want about this woman. This woman has one of the most the women that I am so much more frightened of the women that follow Taylor Swift.
I'm gonna hate that commercial so fucking much. Sheldon High School sucks.
Not as nice.
That would be cool if we took it all the way. Not really, that'd be good for Yo-Yo. Yo, YouTube flash.
This life. Her success because Taylor Swift got engaged to that vaccine shill. Need a burqa? Draped on you now, ass in the face. And by the way,
He has Pat Mahomes and like the trade off.
I said he even tried to get 5. Imagine what I would have done for 5.
Yeah. Something else.
Going to 20 or 30 of her concerts. Are any of them better off because isn't a religious belief?
Yeah, good catch. If I had it.
If Captain Phillips, that amazing anchor who reacted to Taylor Swift being engaged for our dying country, because we're not great. Far. figure out how to feel like they did when they first had a s'more. It's sick. It's
The show when he's ever given his life.
okay? Out with their own mothers. Social media, they're actually having sex with their mom on social media, these influencers. By the way, it's weird when some of these influencers, their whole fan base is 12. In the house now. You're out of the house and now your husband in jail.
Workout.
And I'm supposed to be scared of Saudi Arabia? I'm supposed to be scared.
Bullshit.
They're giddy over
Look at this
Taylor
Saturation.
Swift.
Before
Scared of Saudi Arabia. That's what I'm saying. What the hell's going on here? It's sick. I mean, it's crazy. Nuts.
Burka.
I don't even know what's going on. This University of Tennessee professor that Travis Kelce got engaged. I can't focus. Bertha has an attack. Daughter killing. Watch. Police. Will, shut it off. I am really mad now. How done we are. This is crazy. Well, look at all the agencies. There's a little thing. It's actually a little. It looks maybe like an angel. Actually let you know before they're fallen angels so that we can actually identify them. Thank you, Peter. Mark, stress me. So your money can start working as hard as you can get access to world-class financial advice with personalized guidance for just $3 a month. Stamps has already helped millions of Americans reach their financial goals. Don't let money
Stop him.
Paid non-client endorsement, not representative of all
Do I
clients.
saw that happening?
Investment advisory services offered by Stash Investments LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Investment involve risks, offer terms and conditions. You've probably seen a million ads for hair growth products and boy, that actually works. I did too until I found out that Nutrafol isn't like the rest of them. Nutrafol is fucking recommended. Nutrafol is the #1 dermatologist recommended hair growth by over 1.5 million people. You can feel great about what you're putting into your body since Nutrafol supplements are backed by reviewed studies at ASF Content Certified, the gold standard certification for supplements. While many supplements rely solely on ingredient studies, Nutrafol test final
End his
formulations
career.
to ensure their efficacy using a variety of hair measurement tools like hair counts and pull tests to assess growth, quality, shedding, and texture. See thicker, stronger, faster growing hair with less shedding in just 3 to 6 months with Nutrafol for a limited time. Nutrafol is offering our listeners $10 off your first month subscription and free shipping when you go to Nutrafol.com and enter the promo code TIMDILLON. Find out what Nutrafol is the best-selling hair growth supplement at Nutrafol TIMDILLON. But I do think there's something deeply rotted and wrong with pop culture. Has gotten to the point where it's so boring. That are only guard the chain restaurants and place ownership over the poison slop that we put in our body. We want to make sure that the values of the slop house go on. Roger McDonald, I saw him do gypsy like 5 or 6 times on Broadway. Who no one really knows who this woman is. Does something on stage every night, 8 times a week that cannot be replicated. But this is not what people want in our country. They don't want greatness. They want mediocrity for success. And I don't think Trish should compare herself to Roger McDonald, or I compare myself to a lot of people who's really good at something. We're like almost manic because we don't like it, and we don't like it, and we don't feel like we can do it, and it doesn't. It's not relatable to us. That's interesting. That's different. That's weird and new and good. Everything's got to be relatable, and that's what Taylor Swift does. It's all relatable stuff because everyone's like, falling in and out of love or whatever. It's like, and I had a friend tell me they were like all the men that she was with before couldn't handle her
Get him.
success.
Let's go Chargers.
It's like, let's roll.
It's the third time it's ever been said,
What
kids.
more do you want out of this? Didn't she do this big Eras tour? Didn't she do it? Like, go let her live a goddamn life. This woman now still. What do you want? This. She's very talented. Is she my favorite?
Bitch
No,
ass
but
fuck
it doesn't
that
matter.
guy.
She's talented, but that's not what we care about. We We care about the how big it is. How many people are there? We love that. And we're so obsessed with celebrity. It drives us. We care people. We need their accomplishments or our and their one. While you just don't, or shouldn't you be? That's why after the Saudi Arabian, we have when you were all talking about Taylor Swift. You know what? I'm focused on Daddy. You're all focused on some other shit. And make no mistake. This is one of the things where Disney is real get ready for this. As society, I mean, her best album, by the way. She was Mango. It was Mango. Right. She's not. Mango there and back and history. So we close the gas. Whatever. That 5 yards would make a huge difference. The first beat was like a lion, and the second beat was like a calf. The third beat in the face. Now, but what I'm saying is that some of it's gotta bring it to the hands. But what I'm saying, I imagine this is foretold. I imagine it's armed drones to be deployed to schools in Florida to stop mass shootings. I like this. More militarized stuff to stop the kids. Let's watch a little bit of this.
in this demo. Pepper rounds and Gillette.
We will do anything in this country to just not get some type of registering guns, which I understand people that resist the government. So now it's got to be a collaborative effort. So you have one school, all these situations where people are in grave danger, all these home invasions, won't clean up the streets, there's school shootings, and we don't create them because our policies make them more likely to happen. And there's much militarized drone flying through your children's school. So the robot police are coming. Robotics is being very, and I read a whole article about all of these things are coming from police, all this technology is coming, and it's going to render your handgun most likely pretty useless. Again, I'm not saying you should.
Gotta be careful.
Calm down. All right. So, do you celebrate Shabbat at all?
Celebrate what?
Do you celebrate Shabbat at all? Do you like candles or anything?
What?
Shabbos?
Shabbat?
Yeah. Okay. What do you like to do?
Okay, I would.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do a lot.
What's special about it?
Well, I think it has been seen in a base, like generally in some types of beliefs, like Satan. That's kind of,
Satan has a hexagon,
yeah,
right?
absolutely. Yeah, you're 100% right. To enhance my knowledge on things, so please give me a rundown, bullet points as to everything that's known about the hexagon on Saturn. All right, here we go. It's a persistent hexagon-shaped cloud located spacecraft in the early 1980s. It was later studied in detail by the Cassini mission from 2004 to 2016. It's roughly 30,000 kilometers or 2,000 miles wide across to 4 Earths across, large enough to fit about 4 Earths across. Each side of the hexagon is about 14,000 kilometers long. Nature of the structure. It's not a solid object stream in Saturn's atmosphere. The hexagon is formed by high-speed winds flowing eastward around the winds reach about 320 kilometers per hour, 200 miles per hour within the jet stream. Why a hexagon? Fluid dynamics models show that when atmospheric jet streams interact with slower moving bands at different latitudes, they can form stable polygonal shapes. Lab experiments on Earth, rotating fluids in a tank, have produced similar hexagonal patterns. The hexagon likely emerges as a standing wave pattern in Saturn's atmosphere. Vertical structure. Observations from Cassini's infrared instruments suggest the hexagon extends hundreds of kilometers down into Saturn's atmosphere, not just a surface level cloud feature. It penetrates,
So
it penetrates deeper than the visible cloud tops. Rotation and stability. The hexagon rotates with nearly the same period as Saturn, much longer. Color changes. Cassini observed seasonal color shifts. Early in Cassini's mission, 2004 to 2012, the hexagon looked bluish. Later, 2012 to 2017, it shifted to a golden yellow hue. The change may be due to seasonal photographs are unique. And you were saying, my friend?
also there is many phenomena. Gravity in general.
Yes.
You have the thing called cosmic anomaly of galaxies near us. I don't know that.
Well, let's find out. Just that
I don't think we can find out
I know,
because it's bigger.
but it could be something that guess at.
Gravity controls everything. Gravity influences everyone.
I agree.
This is why we are bound by sin. Also, sin. Yes, sin.
Okay. Do you think sin exists? That's all we can do.
From what it seems like is to be not of
Take your time. Ready to talk again, let me know.
all right. Another thing,
Yes, ma'am.
tefillin, right? Tefillin, it has that black box.
Absolutely.
Right?
Yeah, absolutely.
What else has a black box? The,
Tell me
cover
everything
is well,
you
is a
know
black
about.
box.
Yeah, but that's man-made. So if you know what it contains, it's arguably a meteorite, which is not man-made. Have you ever seen
No, what's made out of medium?
it be something from space? Basically, like a lot of carbon, but we'll find out. So just a moment on that question. So
No. What are you talking about?
meteorite, like that was
The
found.
black box on Saturn.
It was found in the desert.
Okay.
Yo, please tell me everything.
So
No,
it's,
not located in the center of Masjid Al Haram in Mecca, Saudi Arabia. Sacred grove regarded by Muslims as construction materials while preserving its original shape. Interior, the kiswa, which is a covering, is in gold and silver thread. Tradition, the Kaaba is draped with the new kiswa and over time has absorbed pilgrims sized it as symbolic, not idolatrous element. Practices during tawaf, that's the circumambulation of the Kaaba. Pilgrims aim to touch and
hear some
Yes. Some extent. But looking to learn more, yeah, go for it.
people can do it.
So the 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 black stone a meteorite. Some historians and geologists have suggested it could be a meteorite. That glassy look and testing has been done. The stone is too sacred to take samples. The most accepted idea is uncertain. It may be a meteorite or volcanic basalt, a agate, or other dark stone available. Detailed instructions on crafting ritual items, swords, pentacles, robes, invocations, rituals for calling on spiritual beings of God, angelic symbols, and astrological signs used for protection or specific effects. Planetary magic. Graphical text, which Solomon controls, build the temple. Lamechriton, Lesser Key of Solomon, heavily influenced by the Key of Solomon, but much more focused on some historians of religions. The attribution to Solomon is legendary. He was traditionally seen as a wise king with knowledge of spirits, but he did not write. If I may ask, what got you interested in
Actually, don't have because people here are kind of bitches.
I understand, and you guys are going through a lot, and you've been through a lot. Date?
Doing what?
Do you date? Do you go on dates?
No, fucking no. Ew.
Okay,
I'm a lone wolf. Nigga.
okay. Calm down with the N word. Oh, all right, lone wolf. There you go. So you have a male like sex drive, right? You like to hook up with chicks.
No.
Okay, whatever. I think this person is going through a lot.
Rock. Rock. I always mix them up. And he's now the interim president of the World Economic Cycle. We're getting rid of cars. You know, the states, these large.
Yeah.
What's good? Very well. Are you watching this Chiefs Chargers game? Do you know what Stream East is?
Stream East.
Yeah. STREAMEAST.SK. Like Super Kangaroo.
Sky.
Yeah, SK. And then
that Papaano?
yeah, it is. Okay, East.SK.
Streaming.
East.SK.
Is it Kansas?
Chargers. That's correct. Now at the top, it has server 1, server 2, server 3. So click on one of the servers.
There we go.
I do apologize. Yeah. So I'm gonna look at your team.
Streameast.sk. I can't read it, but try it. The one with the train logo. Oh yeah, you got it. Okay. So now do you see? Go back to it. There you go. And then just hit.
Oh, you got it. You're amazing.
Brandon figured it out.
He's smart.
I got it. Yes.
Good job, Brandon.
Hey, Rabbi,
I see you figured it out. Good job. Apology.
I got a baseball game going. I got a football game going.
Look at you, man. That's a cool website, isn't it?
I got the St. Louis Cardinals. Hey, a football game.
Are you watching them on Stream East?
Yeah.
Amazing.
What you eating?
I have some potatoes.
Oh. So I can sleep in here with you.
Man, I'm watching the game with you.
That's it. Can't see, Chief.
Enough money and enough resources to have their own drone army. And it's going to be a world where feuding more than corporations, you can actually have works pretty obvious. They're all basically figuring out what exactly with all these hungry mouths. How are we going to handle all these people? What's going to happen? And they're all basically to deal with them. And that's what they're doing. They go, we're gonna do it with technology. We're gonna put them in a digital prison, and if it doesn't work, we're gonna put them in a real prison. And one of the ways to deal with that, if you're a human being, is to think about what the grid is and how to kind of remove yourself from it in any way that you can, economically, physically, geographically, in a smart way. I'm not saying you go all survivalist prepper and go insane. People that are fully in the system, want to be in the system, they're getting the goodies and the benefits, and then the people giving them that are going to dictate. That's the way it always works. What the goodies, the benefits, we're going to dictate how you live and where you live based on the things that we give you. And if you continue to want those things, we're going to require that you participate in the system that we've set up. I do believe there's going to be people currently outside of that and happily, but are just going to figure out their own way to do it. And I mean, I'm talking about years down the road, maybe not as far as we think. But there does seem to be, and if you're ignoring this, you're crazy, there does seem to be a concerted effort amongst it, which is what I think the Trump presidency is starting to look like. It's kind of end game time. And I think a lot of these people realize they're sucking the last bit of money out of this government before we default on the debt. They're sucking the last bit of money out of this government before the dollar is worthless. They're sucking the last bit of money out of this government before the financial system is in some stage of permanent decline. And they're doing it, the Sam Altman types, the Elons, the Zuckerbergs, the Tim Cooks, and many others, and Larry Fink. They know that there's probably a tipping point at which the dollar's going down, the system's going to be radically reformed, the democratic process may not survive, but before all of that happens, they're sucking the last bit they can out of this bloated, dying corpse of an empire. And they're strengthening their position for an inevitable period of chaos. This is my guess. It's well informed. And if you say this to people, I live out in the Hamptons, I'll say things like this to people, and they go, oh, well, it's a bit traumatic. They don't say no. Meaning like, 90% of rich people have no idea what's going on. They were just born, they're rich, things are good, life's good. You go to the beach, you go on a boat, you jump off the boat, you get married, you drink wine, you die, it doesn't matter. 10% of them, and those are the ones I don't really have access to because they don't enjoy me. But those are the people that are really behind the scenes getting ready for something. You can feel it, it's in the air. The media doesn't matter anymore. They know that they've lost control of the narrative, raw power grab. Niceties are gone, the pleasantries are gone, Israel's not disguising what they want to do, the motives are not, they don't matter. The narrative doesn't make sense. The story is doing and they do not care, they're not trying to make it make sense. They don't. Lies good. They know it doesn't matter if you believe them, they're going to try to dispose of you. Riyadh. I'll be in Riyadh where my bread is buttered. Go find where your bread is buttered. Go get your bread buttered. Go get your toast buttered. Go get your jelly. Go jelly your jam. sounds rough. It sounds rough. The myth-making factory of Hollywood has been closed down. It's drug addicts, foaming at the mouth, roaming the streets. Wall Street's a carnival. Finance is largely fake, and they know that. The government doesn't exist, actually, in a real way. The government actually doesn't exist. Summer's supposed to be all about sunshine and good vibes, but the truth is, it's also one of the busiest seasons for injuries. Bummer. They've recovered over $25 million from clients nationwide. Ooh, well, warning. And they don't back down when that expels. One recent client received $29 million after being offered just $500,000. Another client was awarded $20 million after getting $0 offer. There's a reason they're America's largest personal injury law firm. Hiring the wrong firm can be disastrous. Hiring the right firm can substantially increase your settlement. If you've been hurt this summer, you can check out Morgan because the summer starts all like, whoa, beach, grill, waves. And then it ends, you're like, I think I'm dead! And then you're like, oh, I'm not dead? Where's my? If you've been hurt this summer, you can check out Morgan. It's free unless they win. How cool is that? Click the link in the description below or visit forthepeople.com/Jim. That's forthepeople.com/Jim. Click the link in the description below. This is a paid advertisement. This episode is brought to you by Prize Picks. Preseason football is underway and college football is here, so don't miss any of the action this season on Prize Picks. These are some players we're excited about this season, okay? Saquon Barkley, Joe Burrow, Josh Allen, Aaron Rodgers. I mean, we've been making so much. We've been winning. We've been really enjoying our time on this app. Prize Picks is simple to play. Just pick more or less on a 2 to 6 player stat projection. If you get your picks right, you can cash in and win up to 2,000 times your money. Prize Picks puts their members first, so all withdrawals are fast, safe, and secure. Prize Picks offers Venmo, Apple Pay, MasterCard. I mean, could it be easier? I don't think so. Prize Picks is the best way to win real money fast this football season. Which players are going off? Which ones aren't? Make your picks in less than 60 seconds and turn your sports opinions into real money all season long on Prize Picks. Download the Prize Picks app today. Use code TIM to get $50 in line after you play your first $5 lineup. Let's go TIM to get $50 in line after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, run your game. Prize Picks, run your game. Prize Picks, run your game. Listen to this statement from the World Economic Forum here. We remain optimistic. The forum has an opportunity to help drive international collaboration in a way that not only generates prosperity, but distributes it more broadly. This renewed vision can promote open markets and national priorities side by side, while advancing the interests of workers and stakeholders globally. That's the term. We look forward to helping shape a more resilient and prosperous future, to reinventing and strengthening the forum as an indispensable institution for public-private cooperation. Larry Fink. They know what's coming. They're engineering. They understand that there's a tipping point at which this country will not work. They don't know when that is, probably, because no one knows when that is. But they've been prepared for it for a while, for a decent amount of time. And at that point, the world is going to be carved up and divided between supranational institutions. We're talking about the World Economic Forum. We're talking about things like, and not to sound completely nuts, but like, for example, like NATO is a supranational organization, right? There's no one nation that's defining it. There's other groups out there, like, the Trilateral Commission, things like that. And I'm not going to go into some, like, it's the Knights Templar, it's the fucking Bilderberg. We're not going down that road, but there are institutions that are not, primarily loyal, not to a nation. And they will tell you this, they're primarily loyal to preserving an order. And that is bigger than any one country. The Anglo-American Empire, the Eastern Alliance, you might look at, and then you have countries like China and Russia, these massive global hegemons that are going to be in the game, massive corporations that are going to be in the game, these supranational institutions that that are going to be the IMF, the International Monetary, all of these fortunes, are going to define a lot of what happens. They are preparing for their societies to fail. They know that immigration is a very sticky issue. Nigel Farage is going to win in the UK. Probably he might come close. We're going to go over there and see him soon. And he's promising to restore sovereignty and deport people. It's the biggest issue in the world. Massive migration of people from one area to another is the biggest issue in the world. Climate is out there as well, but nowhere near as big as migration. Climate causing some of the migration, war causing most of it. Instability in the region causing most of it. The mad dash for natural resources fueling a lot of that instability. That instability resulting in migration. Migration destabilizing societies, pushing people to the extremes. All of these international, supranational organizations have to figure out a plan. What happens when our societies fail? What happens? Well, we need the Peter Thiel types. This is, again, I'm not saying this. This is what they're saying. We need the security infrastructure that's going to be built to keep our populations in check. This is when they bring in the digital prisons. We need to bring in circus stuff. So the Taylor Swifts of the world, they're going to be doing great. They're going to be fine. This is the primary thing. She's getting married. It's straight up the Hunger Games, right? Katniss Everdeen. I mean, this is what they're going to do. There's going to be, right, that's your ring. That's your ring. That's your ring in your hand. And your fucking Cartier watch. And your love and your life. And aren't you happy to participate in it? Aren't you happy for her? Her life is yours. You don't get a life anymore. You get her life. And isn't her life nice? That's one part of it, and the second, and the third and final part of it is going to be the inevitable great conflict that will come that is going to be massive loss of life. I'm going to go to the comedy festival. Why? They're buttering my bread. They're buttering my bread. You got to get your bread butter. Take a look. I'm at the Bacher al-Sheni. Bacher al-Sheni Theater. Why am I there? I will do my set in the blood of someone who just got beheaded. And I will go up there with the mic. Good to be here. Where are you from? Oh, it's good to be here. I don't know what I'm saying for now, but I'm telling you right now, that's what we're doing here. We're getting your money up. I'm telling you, the next 20 years, folks, let me tell you right now, whatever virtue signaling you thought was going on, that was the ultimate privilege. The ultimate privilege was all the virtue signaling you did for 4 years. And I'm telling you right now, you're going to need water soon. Get your money up. All the bullshit and this is right, that's wrong. You're good, this was bad. It's bad, the way you treat his employees is bad. Ellen's bad. Sure she is. Butter. Ellen's got a bread butter. She's got a bread butter. You know? She killed a bunch of people who do it probably. The ultimate privilege is to be able to sit back and be judgmental of others or out there. Full understanding and quality of what we're on the precipice of. Okay? And that doesn't mean that you have no morals or values. I have morals and values in my own life. I don't have slaves. I can't afford them. I don't pay fees. But I'm forced to pay up. What I'm saying right now is that the This Taylor wedding. It's going to be our royal wedding. It's all we got. It's all we got. It might be the last thing before the Christmas. It might be the final thing you see as a free person. The last tear that rolls down your cheek might be watching Travis and Taylor walk down the aisle and get married. It might be this is the final story that they're going to tell you before they put you in jail. Peter Thiel talks to you every day at the end. Final story before Peter Thiel talks to you at the end. It's so obvious. It's obvious. So. In October, I am happy to actually happen. I am happy. Our country needs this union, and there's going to be a lot of women crying, and there's going to be a lot of people are deeply invested in this. The old system. She's one of the last people that we've watched go through grow up, and she's become one of the most successful people in the world. That's not going to happen. She's one of the last. Baby, we're in Saudi Arabia. Come on. It's in the capital. It's in the capital. Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, October 8th. October. Funny how it all works. Not something that I had. Was something that happened. I will be in Riyadh. Riyadh. At the Bakr al-Shaykhs Theater. Come. Hey, Eddie's, and apologies if I'm saying that correctly. I don't know. I imagine I'll be doing more in the Middle East. I imagine we all will. Actually, we'll be doing a lot. And there are people, and I'm doing Abu Dhabi the night before. Out. Come on out for a night of laughter in Abu Dhabi. This is I think it's very exciting that we're all going to Riyadh. What's your problem? Well, they have slaves and they kill everyone. Hey. What they do, slave, that's what they said. Everyone who works for the hotels, they take their passport. They're not all slaves. I'm not here that spoils others' pleasure, especially by not joining in an activity. Yes, you're to ruin the good time. Do I have issues with some of the policy? A couple of shekels, tie and say, let me out of here. Get them all. Let me get out of this. We're shanking the little rock hammers through the wall. You're crawling through the tunnel to try to get out of Peter Thiel's prison because about the Antichrist as much as this guy. So he's doing it for Peter. Maybe he'll be a hologram at that point. I don't know. He just is going to talk to you about the answer, and you're going to be in. Part all of his thoughts on how his Christian faith informs a lot of money. I'm not going to tell you how much they're paying me. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how much they're paying me. $375,000. Now, a lot of other people are getting 1.6 million, 375. Others are getting 150. Why are they doing it? Here's the point. Okay? Do you understand? Another way, or word, second. The people don't do it to your right. For example, I'm at a breakfast and I see someone in gray and they start eating with I see a drone flying because I made enough money the other way. What don't you understand? What is so everyone else can have a million? They're gonna go, well, actually, the Middle East is progressive. Trying to make some change. No. I'm being paid a lot of money to not care. The other option, we are going to have to go into all of these countries and make them be Americans. And it's not going to happen. We don't even know how to do that. All we do is try to do that, and it fails miserably. I believe in looking the other way. I believe in art. I believe in cognitive dissonance. I believe in ignoring the screen. I will sleep so soundly. I will sleep through the screens. And it's fine. Folks, mind your own For those of you who don't know, I'm telling you right now, I don't know why this is so hard for people to grasp. I know, and that's okay. You're allowed to be both. You're allowed to be both. I don't care what you do. It doesn't matter. Such a let me tell you right now, the goodness of my the crime is in our own country. That's the crime is in our own country. That's okay. I feel that's none of us come on ABC Family. I'm supposed to go out and defend this genocide. Where's the money, Bob? Of course, Israel's doing a horrible thing. Okay? And I would call it that no matter how much money I got. Because you're genociding people in front of my face. It's on TikTok. Okay? What these Listen, did you anyone thought this was all gonna happen with no money? What are you nuts? I'm sad about what's happening. If it's happening, then I don't see it. If I was a what? For people I was just like nuts. If I was a slave, life is a long thing. It's been cool. I'm telling you right now, I love Cozy Earth. They have nailed covered with their bamboo sheets, and they're everywhere. Their pants. Next level. Incredibly soft, breathable, and what you turn, you're gonna love the Everywhere pant. It is my go-to for everything. Travel, work, chasing. Go to CozyEarth.com. Use my code TIM for 40% off the softest bedding, bath, and apparel. Let me tell you about them. 100% pure nicotine. Always tobacco-free, loosely fragrant nicotine pouches with an extra salty capsule. They can be broken off the subscription. That's loosely restrained to your door. Let's level. You go to listen.co/Jim and use promo code TIM to get 20% off your first order. People use it and they love it. Backwards. And somehow we give them license to treat the slaves even more, which is very possible. We reverse the problem back. Very worse. reality is, it's a good amount of money. Sometimes, unfortunate life, you gotta. So that's my comment on the Saudi Comedy Festival. I know that, and I want people to know that I'm doing this because they're paying me lots of money. Odds to the criticism is like, fuck off, because no one cares. And argue the people who the same people criticizing it for the people, all these migrants, and want them in our country, and want like the borders open, and they want the doors from all cultures. They always do. They fucking. The point is this: Omar Fatah or whatever. My point is this: you're okay with all these people coming into America. You can't go entertain them where they live. Does that make wacky? Or you're just jealous that we're getting money? Sorry, Papa. This Taylor Swift. If anyone lives in Saudi Arabia. Aaron Cole, childless vaginas that line up to buy tickets to relive their summer camp meals, okay? The sick, cat mommy, wine mom, crazy psychopaths who follow this woman terrify me more than anyone who lives in Saudi Arabia. I'm sorry. The disease that inspires these women to live vicariously through Taylor Swift, a nice gal, probably not. Like, no one who gets to that level is nice. I have no hate. No one who gets to Taylor Swift's level in anything is nice. How dumb are you all? That what I'm saying is this. People that their life judges to give me 5. I tried to get 5. I said, try to get 5. Imagine what I would have done for 5. Whatever his name is, Omar. I mean, get this guy up. I mean, what is going on? If he's going to have Burgess as a lead tailor, I support him. I'll write him a check. I'm country because we're not crazy. We all love nostalgia because we pray every day for a comet to wipe us out because we know it's over. So there's all these people fucking supposed to be in your on social media, these influencers. By the way, it's weird. It's weird. It's freak show time when some of these influencers, their whole fan base is 12, and they're CBS News here. Honor killing. You're like Paul Revere, right? Stoner honor killing in the town square. Alright, get out of here. I can't even watch. I'm scared of Saudi Arabia. This is the news. Yes. News. It's with Taylor Swift. I'm not scared of this country. What the hell's going on here? It's sick. I mean, it's crazy. This is like nuts. Done. Shut it off. I am really mad now at how done we are. This is sick. It's actually a little saint that looks maybe true. When angels are going to fall? We at parents are actually like, no, which angels are going to fall before they're fallen angels. It's not handle the hard part. Figuring it out on your own. You can choose from personalized investments. So let's see how you can receive 25 an SEC registered dermatologist recommended. Nutrafol is the #1 dermatologist recommended hair growth supplement brand, trusted by over 1.5 million. As content supplements. While many supplements rely solely on ingredient studies, Nutrafol clinically tests final Nutrafol.com, spelled Nutrafol.com. Promo code Nutrafol. There's something we run it wrong. Like we were last culturally interesting in this country anymore. This woman, who again, I don't begrudge her any of her success. Nothing makes more sense than her success in our country. But, again, the show closes early because, people didn't want to see Trish Paytas eat a chicken nugget. And I'm taking anything away from Trish Paytas. But this is not what people want in our country. They want greatness. They want success. Is sort of mediocre. And I respect Trish. I'm happy for her success. She can compare herself. McDonald, or I compare myself to a lot of people that I completely abandon the idea of excellence and reward familiarity and comfort. So when we everything. What else could you want? But it's never enough. And to stay possible for people to have a healthy relationship. Or a society that is how many people are there? We love that. And we're so obsessed with celebrity. It drives us in this way. It is weird. It's something I never understood. I've got friends that go that route. It's not for me. I'm not saying I'm better than them. I am. But what I'm saying is that I never understood it. I couldn't understand the obsession with someone. Yourself. Trying to. That's why I'm doing the Saudi Arabia. I really care about me. I was on my phone begging the House of Saudi money when Taylor Swift. You know why? Or something. It has to. There's got to be a paragraph in the Book of Revelation that speaks one of my turns, right? You know, and then the murder. But it's that's the whole thing. I'm just saying we need to close casket. Because you got the best out. He was gone. So close casket. I'm alone. He was mangled in an accident. Now I'm and for things. I can't recall a revelation now, but what I'm saying is that some of these got a public book of Revelation. I imagine this is foretold. It's armed drones should be deployed in schools in Florida to stop mass shootings. I like this. stuff to stop watch a little bit of this. Wow, the citrus control her face. The future of safety. On 5 seconds. This is how it would work. For tomorrow, the School of Urban Growth strategically placed on campus moving forward. Used remotely from their headquarters in Austin, the school and police inflicting non-lethal damage to suspects. And direct impact. Yeah, so you will do anything in this country to just not get some type of like, registered guns. Which I understand some guns protect your family. You think you're going to resist the government, but deal with Donald Trump to decide. Efforts. You have one school drugs. We create all these situations where people are in great danger. All the great opportunity for us to have solutions are coming, developing. Useless. And you should give up saying there's going to be, Larry Fink is of Blackstone. Let's mix them up. And he's now the interim president. Many years ago, when you went talk about large mistakes, these large, government, private, public partnerships with all these governments. All these billionaires are going to have autonomous and enough resources to have their own militarized drone army. And it's going to be a world where feuding oligarchs, more than countries, more than corporations, you're going to actually have feuding oligarchs with their own militaries. Kind of like the plot of Atlas Shrugged in a weird way, and they're all figuring out right now what to do with the population. That's pretty obvious. They're all basically figuring out what exactly they're going to do with all these hungry mouths. They're going to handle all these people. What's going to happen? And they're all basically going, listen, we got to figure to deal with them. And that's what with technology. We're going to put them in a digital prison. And if that doesn't work, we're going to put them in a real prison. And one of the ways to deal with that, if you're a human being, is to think about what the grid is and how to kind of remove yourself from it in any way that you can, economically, physically, geographically, in a smart way. I'm not saying you go all survivalist prepper and go insane, but there's going to be a lot of people that are fully in the system, that want to be in the system, that are getting the goodies and the benefits, and then the people giving them that are going to dictate. That's the way it always works. You want the goodies and the benefits, we're going to now dictate how you live and where you live based on the things that we give you. And if you continue to want those things, we're going to require that you participate in the system that we have set up. I do believe there's going to be people who live in that and they're going to handle it. They're just going to figure out their own way to do it. And I'm talking about years down the road, maybe not as far as we think. But there does seem to be, and if you're ignoring this, you're crazy, there does seem to be a concerted effort amongst, which is what I think the Trump presidency is starting to look like. It's kind of endgame time. And I think a lot of these people realize they're sucking the last bit of money out of this government before we default under that. They're sucking the last bit of money out of this government before the dollar is worthless. They're sucking the last bit of money out of this government before the financial system is in some stage of permanent decline. And they're doing it, the Sam Altman types, the Elons, the Zuckerbergs, the Tim Cooks, and many others, and Larry Fink. They know that there's probably a tipping point at which dollars going down, the system's going to be radically reformed, the democratic process may not survive. We might go into some type of fascistic military junta.
What up, girl?
Not to be a downer, but before all
Are you ready?
Yeah, let's go.
Is it my night?
Yeah, you're gonna do it now. You ready? It's gonna be your night. Let's go.
This Aquarius, it's my night. Don't you dare let me win, though.
I'm not gonna do it.
No.
Come on.
I want you to play harder than you've ever played this game in your entire life.
Let's go. Come on. Yeah.
How was your caramel pie
It was good.
or caramel cake?
It was delicious.
Excellent to hear.
How was the game?
Still on, but it's going pretty well. It's almost
No.
over.
No.
LA's
I
gonna
don't
win.
like you, Play-Doh. I don't like Play-Doh. Come on, Rabbi.
Why don't you like Play-Doh?
Not right now. I don't like Play-Doh right now.
Give it to me.
Yeah.
Get it, girl. Okay, this is a tough one. I always struggle with these.
No.
Oh, it's
no.
perfect. It's perfect. It's perfect.
Do it.
It's perfect.
Yeah.
That was amazing.
Come on, Rabbi. I like Play-Doh.
Oh, for
Play-Doh,
sure.
I love you now.
Got it.
Let's go. Good job, Rabbi.
Thank you, ma'am. For sure. Give this to me.
Oh, I forgot that one.
Come on. Give it to
Got
me.
it. Good job. got this.
Perfect. Oh no. All right, this is a tough split, but I'm gonna try. You.
Okay, I ain't got it. Come on, you got it, Rabbi. Let's go.
I got a spare
Come on, you got this.
on every single shot.
Yes, let's go. 300. 300. Let's go. Yay!
I got. I got a.
Let's go. Let's go. Come on.
Oh, for sure.
Baby.
No
Let's
doubt.
Go.
I'm on fire. Lemon squeezy. I'm gonna get this one.
Let's go.
Got it.
Got it. Go, Steve. Go, go, go. Go.
Oh man, this is.
That's okay. We're going to get this one. Nope. It's okay. Rabbi, you got this. I wanted to get the 300. Let's go.
Get it.
Come on. Give me that. I don't care. I'd be more than happy. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. I'm happy for you. Let's go. I don't even care. I do not care. I don't care at this point. Let's get it. Let's go. Try. Most of you got this one, so we can get it there. Let's go.
Oh, I missed that.
Let's go.
Not happy about it still.
Yeah, I'm happy. You get me. You get me. I don't care. I don't care. When I was, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Go, baby. Let's go. Let's go.
Let's get a strike. Get it.
Let's go.
I'll take it.
Yeah. I got it. You win, I win. Let's go.
LF. All right.
Let's go. See?
Now we're on the you getting 200.
Yeah.
Do you think I will get 400 or you get 200 first?
You may get 300 before me. You play more than I do.
I have 300.
I had this with you. Okay.
You
Okay, no, it's not right.
What
It's
did
not
you?
fair. I
Everybody knows.
don't do that. Do that.
You know it. I know it. If he were here right now, I would tell him he needs to focus, or else he won't do any better.
Well, he gonna have to focus then, because I'm trying to tell him, you got to move out. You got to that right now. Can't teach him how to play, but just tell him to move, because he just needs focus. You got this, right? Just tell him to focus. Yeah. How would you teach both, Rabbi? How would you teach somebody who work for themselves?
Practice
Or,
makes
you know, they
perfect.
like,
Practice makes perfect.
yeah. So I just gave him a little pointer. I was doing good. She be moving the ball.
Yeah, she
Just want to
is.
get him, you know, and that's it. I don't get nothing else.
Oakley
See you in the
dokley.
morning.
Sweet dreams, Mr. Corey.
Dream God's willing.
Word mockingbird. It's a bird that mimics a movie too. I love the
Hey, I on that. That thing.
oh
Opportunities to find open areas in that happens. They're sucking the last. Out of this dying corpse of an empire. They don't say death. Meaning like power grab, the raw power grab. The narrative doesn't make sense. The stories don't add up. They do not care. They're not trying to make it make sense. They don't have the time. Over the system before it blows up. My guess. Sounds rough. Blows down. It's drug addicts foaming at the mouth roaming the streets. Wall Street's a carnival. Finance is largely fake, and they know that. The government doesn't exist, actually, in a real way. The government actually doesn't exist. Summer's supposed to be all about sunshine and good vibes, but the truth is, it's also one of the busiest seasons for injuries. Bummer. 25 million. For the clients nationwide who awarded $1 million after being offered just $500,000. Another client was rewarded $20 million after getting $0 off. There's a reason they're America's largest personal injury law of Morgan & Morgan, because the summer starts. Right? Oh, beach, grill, waves, and then it ends. You're like, if you've been hurt this summer, you can check out Morgan & Morgan. It's free unless they win. How cool is that? Aaron Rodgers, we've been making so much. We've been winning. Just pick more or less on a 2 to 6 player stat projection. If you get your picks right, you could cash in and win up to 2,000 times your money. Prize Picks puts their members first. So all withdrawals are fast, safe, and since Venmo, Apple Pay, MasterCard, I mean, could it be easier? I don't think so. Prize Picks is the best way to win real money fast this football season. Which players are going off? Which ones aren't? Make your picks in less than 60 seconds and turn your sports opinions into real money all season long on Prize Picks. Download the Prize Picks app today and use code TIM to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code TIM to get $50 in lineups after you play your Prize Picks. Run your game. Prize Picks. Run your game. Prize Picks. Run your game. Listen to this statement from the World Economic Forum here. We remain optimistic. The forum has an opportunity to help drive international collaboration in a way that not only generates prosperity, but distributes it more broadly. This renewed vision can promote open markets and national priorities side by side, while advancing the interests of workers and stakeholders globally. That's the term. We look forward to helping shape a more resilient and prosperous future, to reinventing and strengthening the forum. As in, they know what's coming. They're engineering it. That there's a tipping point in which this country will not work anymore. They don't know when that Probably because no one knows when that is. But they've been preparing for a while, carved up, and between supranational institutions with World Economic Forum, we're talking about organization, right? Meaning there's no one nation that's defining it. There's other groups out there, and that is bigger than any one country. The Anglo-American Empire, the history alliance, countries like China and Russia, these massive global hegemons that are going to be in the game. Massive corporations that are going to be in the game. These supranational institutions that are going to be in the game. And the IMF, European Union, all of these organizations restore sovereignty and deport people. It's the biggest issue in the world. Resulting in migration, destabilizing societies, pushing people to the extremes. It's when our societies fail. What happens? Well, we need the Peter Thiel types. This is I'm not saying this is what they're why this is when they bring in the digital prisons. We need the Brennan Circus stuff. Aren't you happy for her? Her life is yours. You don't get a life anymore. You get her life. And is it her life nice? That's one but two. Big massive loss of life. I will do my set in the blood of. Oh, it's good to be here. I don't know what I'm going to say for now, but doing here? We're 20 years, folks. Let me tell you right now. Whatever virtue signaling you thought was going to did for 4 years. Right now. Is bad. Ellen's bad. Sure she is, but she's got a bread bun. Ellen's got a bread bun. She's got a bread with the full understanding of life. I don't have slaves. I can't afford. Worst. It might be the last thing before as a free person. You know, the last tear that rolls down your cheek might Travis and Taylor walk down the aisle and get married. It might be this is the final story that they're going to tell you before they put you in the jail when your team talks to you every day about the Antichrist. This is the final story Peter Thiel talks about the Antichrist every day. Other people you sell, you go, it's so obvious he's the Antichrist. It's like obvious. And you're going to go, I know. So, that's the update. Summer and we have the pumpkin, not yet. Gotta get a plush pumpkin. The hat is also removed. We're going to put a witch hat or something for October. And I am happy for Travis. I hope this episode hasn't made people think otherwise. I am actually happy. I am happy. I am happy. And I hope
Yeah. Come, go back to your gun. Sing time. Joe Rogan podcast. Chickadoo. Joe Rogan podcast.
sick. You can't have it. You gotta put something in and then just have it. Yeah, you know? Or something. Yeah. Yeah. Venezuela. Trendy Agua. It's a real thing. Yeah. I imagine we're doing that because we're trying to suggest that it would be better if he wasn't the president. Probably.
Son of a bitch.
I mean, isn't there like a bounty on him? I believe there is. I think it's like open in public. They eventually place a $50 bounty for information leading to the arrest of Venezuela's President Nicolas Maduro. Yeah, you remember when there was like the assassination last Mexico. Yeah. It's because they're
Just
and the drugs are bad, but the drugs now seem to be unbelievably bad. What's the fentanyl? Yeah, and Ed was explaining that. That's like the soil, and they couldn't sell it, so they had fentanyl to the heroin to make it stronger. And they said they cut it with fentanyl, exactly. And that's all is killing everybody. It's terrible, and it all comes from China. And I mean, there is it is a way. If you are a foreign country, it is a way to. It is something warfare. Oh, you know, for sure. Yeah, there's a bunch of different things that work to try to destabilize the United States. Yeah, and that which includes social media, which is to tell people, do not argue with people on social media. Most of those people aren't real. Yeah, there's a giant sure. And this was something that came up yesterday where they were using ChatGPT. So they have sort of a program that runs ChatGPT. So Rock is kind of the one that for a little bit. Well, that's actually real committing. So I like it about Rock moved. Yeah, that's fun. Just little fun, little out there, little controversial. Pretty wild. Did you see the right wing vicious? Yeah, That's very interesting. How did they write AFD suffers candidate deaths ahead of local votes? Well, I would imagine they were assassinated. Right. Don't play. Thank God. Thank God I was worried. That said, like, if they really are far right extremists, maybe they're out there doing, maybe they're watching people. Maybe they're doing, 7 seems like a really inconvenient number of people that don't. It's like suspect. Right up there with the Mexican assassination. Yeah. Well, this has become, we have election. So the UK right now is kind of the most to watch because of everything that's taking place. And Germany is not far behind. But, like, this is where a lot of the tumult in stuff. Crazy. He left this podcast, and I was telling transperson and goes back and was arrested for this. And what were do we know what the tweets were? Oh yeah. I mean, but one of them is a photo that they cited as being the reason for arresting him. Interesting. And then the other one is saying that if a man who identifies as a woman enters a woman's bathroom, he is committing a so here it is. If the trans male is in a female-only space, he's committing a violent, abusive act. Make a scene, call the cops, and involves outside of a direct threat or a harassment campaign that falls and gets arrested. Any tweet. This is so innocuous, and silly, and not at all what you would think would. Not that anything should rise to the level counter whatever government decides is the right opinion. It's totally illogical. Like they arrested a kid for yelling, "I love bacon." To love bacon, right? He was yelling at my Islamophobia and my love of bacon are completely separate things. Not only that, you countries, right? Yell, "I love bacon." Really? 375,000 for one show. And what happens is they cut the hand off the thief. Here's America at very high numbers. The same religion that is find that I cannot spend 24 hours in the people are getting on a moral high where it's going, it is so dangerous in Saudi Arabia for 48 hours. Why? Well, because they do X, Y, and Z. Why do they do that? Well, this religion is crazy. I go, okay, but out all these things. And then if you poll them, you don't feel that differently. Like, right, so random people that are somewhat on in that religion that are coming into America with open arms, and it's not compassionate, and it's terrible if you suggest that we all those people because they may not assimilate as easily as people from European nations. But if you want to go to one of those countries that is luxurious, nice. In order to perform in Saudi Arabia, I'm supposed to agree with everything they do. That's crazy. And especially when
How you living?
How many babies they're having versus how many babies the English people. I mean, they're openly talking about it. We're going to outbreed you.
Hello.
Hey, Rabbi.
What's up, Zoo? How you living, Cam?
Hey, Rabbi.
What's up, big dog?
Would you rather the head later of Bill Cosby's payout team or Kanye West's payout team?
Probably Bill Cosby because it's a shorter gig, and he has a.
This is short. What do you mean?
I mean, like I wouldn't have to put up with his shit for too long.
Because he's dying?
Yeah, he's like 100 years old.
I don't think Kanye would hire you.
Dude, Kanye would put me as the number one person.
I mean, I don't think he would. That would be funny.
Dude, I'd be his number one person. I would just talk about how sick his music is, how amazing the song Glass Collars, which is the story of his life, how his mom was tight, how how late registration, college dropout, graduation are three of the albums of all time. He and I'd be tight as fuck. Are you ready to lose? Zoo. A very important question, and I have yet to hear your answer. Are you ready to lose? Zoo. 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 Zoo, you are so annoying sometimes. I will just tell you that straight to your face. Fucker.